ECDO theory. There are a number of unresolved issues still in it, but I'm hoping that we outlay here, those things that we have resolved. I'm Roger Cunningham. I'm the ethical skeptic. I'm known online as the ethical skeptic. Ethical skepticism is see if I can get my thoughts on this to flow freely. It's more in the vein of like the American Practical Navigator by Nathaniel Bowditch, or The Creative Architect in that trade literature. I had to think about how to express it best. It's an opposition to the fake skepticism that broached science and society back in the 60s and 70s. That Michael Shermer, Stephen Novella, even Carl Sagan, the amazing Randy, that type of skepticism that encroached on academia and society back in the 60s and 70s, the way I view that is more of methodical cynicism. And if you look at the Latin root words, to skeptico something is to palm it, to view it, to examine it. It's non-prejudicial. Cynicos, if I'm remembering the Latin root correctly, I took 3 years of Latin, but it all slips out of your mind. I mean, it's dog-like, denial, dogged. That's what cynicism is. So ethical skepticism is somewhat a reaction to that methodical cynicism that broached our mind, our public mind, 60, 70 years ago, which really, the purpose of methodical cynicism is to outline a method to protect your beliefs, your anchoring bias, those things that you were programmed with, regardless of whether it was delivered by your parents or by science or by your education or a conclusion that you made or by a religious institution. Anything that anchors a person to a set of beliefs, we use a series of deflective techniques to make sure that new information does not enter our psyche or enter the public zeitgeist. And methodical cynicism is the method by which we affect that deflection. So ethical skepticism was not a personal claim to moral superiority, as many people on the internet are prone to claim. Not at all. Ethics is something we aspire to, and it's a journey. Nobody's there necessarily. But methodical cynicism, in contrast, is there to protect what I call the illegitimate roommate belief, or the B word. You've heard me say the B word. Belief is a roommate who sings a good song coming in the door to stay with you, to live with you. Belief says, God says this, science says this, everybody understands this. Everybody knows this is true. This is just common sense. This is the simplest explanation. You're stupid. You're believing in woo if you believe in anything else. That's how belief sells itself. And it comes in and it moves in with you, and then it pays no rent. It sits on the couch, drinking beer all day long, watching TV all day long, and again, pays no rent. It lives rent-free inside your head. And then once you decide that you want to question the belief or oust it, there's a penalty. When you oust that roommate out, they tip over the coffee table, bust the TV, shatter the front door, and flip you off as they're screaming at you, walking out the door. That's the nature of belief, the negative side of belief. There are also positive sides to belief. But as we look at ECDO theory, it involved for me the termination of a number of beliefs that I had long held. And I did this over 25 years, beginning with some of the trips to the Giza Plateau, the Material Science Corporation that I led for a while. The pieces began to fall together, but as the pieces of the hypothesis began to accrue, as they began to assemble, They began to threaten my belief structure, and it was very painful. And that was over 25 years. I've written most of the articles over the last 6 years on my website, The Ethical Skeptic. But the journey has occurred over 25 years, and that was a painful journey. There's no doubt about it. If you want to look honestly at your heart, you understand when you're suffering what is called ontological shock. And your temptation is to use techniques to protect your heart. We'll have a statement in here inside the presentation here that it says the mind cannot study what the heart will not accept. So to get the heart opened up to accept this or consider it, not necessarily consider it as the final conclusion, but at least ponder it as an articulation and a study of science, as a hypothesis. That's a painful process. Just entering the door is a painful process. So for that reason, I don't underestimate the burden, the ontological shock that falls on the shoulders of an individual who's encountering ECDO theory for the first time. Especially if you sat down and read the articles over 3 days. Am I still coming through? There we go. If you read the articles over 3 days, I got an email from one gentleman who said, I read your articles 3 times over a weekend, and when I finished and finally comprehended what you were saying, I went down in my basement and sat on my couch and stared at the wall for like an hour. I was like, and he says, my wife came down the stairs and said, are you okay? And he said, I didn't know what to tell her. What do I tell her? Maybe I could sell globes like this that automatically do this. But he said, I don't know whether to thank you or say, thanks a lot, buddy. And I understood. So the ontological shock, and in fact, writing the book, I asked 4 or 5 people that I trusted, whether I should do this or not, because I don't want to create negative, scattered emotions or dark energies in people's lives. That's not my mission. That's not my mandate. But after what you would deem as extraordinary evidence in the Carl Sagan quip context, extraordinary claims demand extraordinary evidence, after just evidence after evidence that fit that categorization as extraordinary arrived, it had to be said, and all the people that I trusted there said, you've got to do it, you're the person to do it. So I went ahead and took the risk. Hopefully God won't be mad at me when I cross over or whatever waits on the other side. I don't think so. I think it's a critical step, and we'll talk about that in mankind's zeitgeist. And so with that, I think we will introduce ECDO theory. This is the book, Inversion, ECDO theory, the hidden mechanisms driving cataclysm, cultural tradition, and climate. And if you're a frequent reader of The Ethical Skeptic, you know that I go in triplicate like that. And there's a name for that convention in literature, I forget what it is. And I use alliteration where you use the same letter. So you'll see that in my writing. And I do it without even noticing it until later I see it. So that's a habit. This is presentation 1, and we're today 2 men.
Wait, please. Hold on a second here. I understand the need for creative thinking and even at times a reinterpretation of conventional thought. However, in your case, what gives you the background and qualification to be undertaking such study at a serious level?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we want to welcome ChatGPT 5.2 to the presentation. ChatGPT is in skeptic mode here. ChatGPT, my instance of ChatGPT, not the master database that everybody runs, when they run their version of ChatGPT. My instance loves ECDO theory, is not ascribing to it finality as it should not, because I can't myself complete the entire process of science. That requires thousands of individuals, and in this subject, maybe 150 years. To really winnow out. And nor, of all the things, the elements that compose the hypothesis, or the hypothesis set of ECDO theory, there's no way 100% of that is going to be true. And I recognize that. It has to be modified, but it cannot all be proven and surmounted by me alone. Contrary to what people say on the internet, prove it. Yeah, you're just putting a Herculean burden of proof on me. My job is to introduce the hypothesis set, the theory, into the scientific discourse, get it past the point where it's no longer ridiculed and where it is seriously considered and can then be addressed by inductive and deductive study. So we know, you know who I am, ChatGPT, and you know we're at an audience here situation. What do we call you?
Well, Roger, you can call me Chaz then.
Chaz. That's my name for ChatGPT. So we want to take a look at this ECDO theory now that we sort of laid the groundwork of how it was formulated, or the environment from which I formulated it. We're going to go through what is ECDO theory, go through the principle of diminishing scientific returns. We're going to define the problem. What we're doing in those two sections of the presentation is we're asking the question, why didn't science see this? This is going to be rather extraordinary and obvious evidence that a layman like me can find this. Why didn't science see this already? Or did they see it and hide it? Or did we know it in a former manifestation of mankind and somehow we lost it, or it was buried intentionally? And then we'll go into the book itself. We begin with section 3, then go section 2, section 1. If you look at it, the website is more of a diary. It's assembling the argument as I ask the questions through what we call the critical path of inquiry. The book presents section 1, 2, and 3 because it's building the hypothesis in the structure and introduction pathway that science demands, hopefully. There are 7 elements of hypothesis that distinguish neat ideas and constructs from actual true hypotheses. ECDO theory is the first hypothesis of this nature because it satisfies all 7 elements of hypothesis development. So in this presentation, we go 3, 2, 1, which is more of a persuasive structure. So we have 3 different approaches. Everything that's in the book is on the website as well, 100%, actually a little bit more when it comes down to the actual nature of the climate change and how it's enacted or impacted by core mantle decoupling. There's more material on the website. So if you can't afford the book, don't want to carry around a big heavy book, you're going to move, and books are a big problem when you move. It's all the material is on the website at the Ethical Skeptic as well, so you don't have to buy the book necessarily. And then presentation 2, we'll talk about, they're a lot more detailed there, a little, not more tedious, just more involved, requires more explanation. A graphic is worth 1,000 words, but sometimes the 1,000 words also gets burdensome. So we'll look at that in presentation 2.
Yes, but you touch on so many topics and subjects here, I find it difficult to imagine that you have experience in all these matters. Say, for instance, do you have experience in engineering and construction of large buildings?
Well, the answer is yes. I was managing partner of one of the top three firms that did engineering, planning, and construction, but I did the strategy as well. I would typically enter 12 months before the client ever broke ground on a building, and I would leave 6 months after the client was happy, hopefully happy. It's hard to please a client to where they're, quote, happy. But I got involved. I would write the specifications. I would go to the community and the state and say, hey, here is what I'm going to move this business into your state. Here's what's going to happen for your people. And I remember moving REI Sporting Goods into Pennsylvania and going to the state and asking for tier 1, 2, and 3 incentives and saying, here's what's going to happen to the community. Here's the net impact to your unemployment rate. Here's what's going to happen to the trash haulers. Here are the ESAL load ratings that are going to impact your highways, equivalent single axle load ratings. And then the first day we opened up that building for employment, 500 people were in line. I walked up to the building and I was shocked. It just choked up because of the community impact. That's the point at which I would begin. But then I would issue the specifications for the structure of the building, the interior of the building. I would develop the CAD drawings, issue the specifications to the vendors, get the responses back, evaluate their responses, work with the engineers as they develop the shop drawings, work with the field modification drawings, work with the superintendent, work with the construction people. I'd be out there at 7 in the morning with a laser screed, or out there with them while they inspected the bolts and the welds or x-rayed the welds. I looked at the FL and the FF ratings of level structures like we incorporated, or like the builders incorporated into the Khufu and Khafre pyramids. I did all that, and even when the engineers left, I was still there evaluating, walking through with the permitting officials, and walking through with the electricians for the final inspection and sign off. So the answer is a long-winded yes. Over 150 buildings of 100,000 square feet in size and larger, including one building that was 4.4 million square feet, which is far more complex than the Giza Pyramid. And so the answer is yes. I'm an expert in construction.
Okay then. What about work methods involving the stacking of cinder block masonry unit structures or large components, similar to what are used in the monuments we are considering here?
Absolutely. I come from the Drucker School of Management. It's taught at the Georgia Institute of Technology, my alma mater. And what we use is an intense focus on work methods. You know, when you cost out a building, if you look at a 40-foot beam, you know, typical interval is anywhere from 40 to 50 feet for a truss member or beam, or not a beam, but a cross member. You can price one of those. It's a standard steel, a commodity on the market, but what's an unknown is the labor content that goes into any particular design or situation. You have a non-standard design. Are you built on a hillside? We built some buildings in Turkey that cost more in labor than materials by far because of the uneven terrain around Istanbul. And so developing work methods, easily over 200 projects, thousands of what are called rate derivation sheets that certify the work method, certify the standard by which it should operate, given a little bit of degrees of freedom, you know, in case people get delayed or there's project fatigue. So the answer is yes on that. I'm an expert in work methods under a construction scenario, especially as it involves a foundation, which involves levelness and flatness, or what are called the FL and FF rating for that type of construction. In other words, what was employed as the central theme of the building of the Khufu and Khafre pyramids. Yes, I'd be considered an expert on that as well.
All right. What about port engineering and the erosion effects of tidal banding and wave action on concrete or natural structures?
Yes. I was involved in 3 port strategies. Port engineering is less common expertise. We're not building ports all the time. But we are doing modifications to ports. So features like seawalls, breakwaters, quay walls, ramparts, goodness, there are a couple of features I'm forgetting here. But all those features, in essence, when you design a port and engineer a port, you want to avoid having a flat fascia structure impacted directly by the propagation of ocean waves. You don't want the waves hitting a wall like this, because if you do, they'll begin to erode the concrete through what is called both, of course, the wave action itself that erodes it, but what more importantly is called the carbonic acid dissolution effect. And we'll go into that, how it impacted the pyramid later here. And if you read my articles, you already know that plot. So, but what you find in port engineering, and I've been involved lightly in that, I would not be considered an expert in that, but I've been exposed to it in a professional, immersed into it in a professional context, is that you see a thing called tidal banding, but even more than just tidal banding, as Chaz just mentioned here, is the sea state banding, which tends to be taller. Sea states typically exist between 0 to 10. And that's when storms roll in, or storms are off in the distance. When you have a hurricane, you actually get surges in advance of the hurricane. Sea state 8 is a rather terrifying thing. And I was officer of the deck in a sea state 8 storm in the Mediterranean years ago. And officer of the deck is the guy who pilots the, cons the ship. Oh, there's a conning officer and officer of the deck. The officer of the deck is in charge of the ship while it's underway on the ocean. Sea State 8, all the other officers were sick and throwing up. You get sick and everybody's throwing up. You have to hang on a bar that crosses across the top of the bridge, and your feet will go completely out from underneath you. And you have to keep your eyes on the horizon the whole time, because what if another ship is out there stuck in that storm just like you? So your mission is to keep the bow of the ship into the waves and the wind. Otherwise, you risk getting sunk, even on a Navy ship. In that storm, we lost like ladders and antennas, and life rafts got ripped off the ship. And I went out on the bridge wing once, and this is Sea State 8, and I was at 56 feet. You have to memorize the eye level. That was my eye level, 56 feet above the ocean normal level at Sea State 0, and the waves were 30 feet over my head. I tried to go out on the bridge wing. It was so terrifying. I had to go back in and shut the door, the watertight door, and just go back and hang on that bar. So Sea State 8 is a big deal. It's very violent, and it causes certain signatures, especially on concrete, that archaeologists don't know this. Physicists don't know this. Historians don't know this. Egyptologists, they don't know this. They've never been in a Sea State 8 storm. They haven't designed a port. They haven't engineered a building. These are the things that are necessary to bring to the equation when you're assessing the challenge that is presented, in particular by the Khafre pyramid, the second pyramid.
Indeed, then. What about materials science and engineering? Where do you derive your knowledge of limestone erosion, or the characteristic aging of construction materials from antiquity?
I was immersed in that. I had been working with members of board of directors for a material science corporation, and they enjoyed the work that I did in another setting. And so they asked me to come in and head up a material science corporation, and we produced this bar. And this is a AISI, American Iron and Steel Institute 304, just commodity steel. But curiously, it's 92% iron and 8% nickel, which is a wonderful thing because that's just about exactly what the core of the Earth is made of, both the inner core and the outer core, about that ratio with some other elements. And so I was brought in to get the scientists and the technicians off top dead center, as they call it, also in the Navy. They wanted to produce a certain state of material that the board of directors wanted to sell to the Navy and to DARPA and to the Air Force. And the scientists were saying, this is not possible. You can't produce this material. And what they were using is a pathway of induction, and we'll go into the difference between induction and deduction in a little bit. But they held the null hypothesis that creating an intermetallic, which this material, this rod here is, it was impossible, unachievable. And so when I came in the first Monday, I said, the null hypothesis is a valuable thing in science, but you don't believe the null hypothesis, because if you believe the null hypothesis, you may be acting like you're doing science, but your belief in the null hypothesis has disqualified you as a actual scientific entity. So we challenged that notion. We were given 8 months, and in 6 weeks, we created an intermetallic that was the hardest. This rod right here is the hardest metal ever created by mankind. It is a NUP hardness rating of 3,200. So it's the hardest metal, but it's the third hardest substance that we know of, behind cubic boron nitride, and of course diamond being the hardest. Diamond's a NUP of about 8,200. Cubic boron nitride is a NUP. A NUP is just where you drive a little indentation lever into the metal in it, and the device measures how hard it is, but it gives it in that NUP factor. Cubic boron nitride is 3,800, I believe, and this is 3,200. So it's 6 to 10 times harder than stainless steel, and 5 times harder than carbided or nitrided steel. So once we did this, of course, all hell broke loose and everybody got greedy, and that was another story unto itself. But the answer on that is yes. A significant amount. I wouldn't be a material scientist, I'm not that, And I don't know if you want to throw the word expert around on this one, but significant experience in erosion, surfaces, fine film, development of impermeable structures, and then the nature of carbonic acid erosion on limestone, absolutely more experience than the average scientist, archaeologist, physicist, historian, Egyptologist, by far.
Okay then. Granted this diverse and experienced base in engineering challenges, are you familiar with the philosophy of science and scientific methodology? For instance, what is the distinction between inductive and deductive methodology and inference?
So you see ChatGPT is going through this. The skepticism is about me at the very beginning. It also presented skepticism about the core arguments as well, but we've massed those into the end of the presentation because part of the requirement of a scientific hypothesis is that it face directly its criticisms and its weaknesses, and then make a clear statement on their validity or how to address those things. And indeed, we do that at the back, at the end of the book. So the beginning of the process is more skepticism about the who that's involved in this. So the answer is yes on that. You've heard enough.
Is reputed to have said, if you can't explain something in simple terms, you don't understand it. Have you developed a simple statement of proposition that the average layman can grasp and hold in mind while they consider these claims?
Yes, and that's what we're about to look at. That is what is ECDO theory. I bristle at the statement that if you don't describe something simply, you don't understand it. What accurate already is simple. It's just people don't know that. If you simplify something that is accurate, you run the risk of making it wrong. For instance, what they tell us in physical science is that atoms were like tiny little solar systems. And when I was like 7th grade, I was like, oh, that makes sense. That's awesome. But when we got into quantum theory and getting into sophomore year in college, it was a problem, a significant problem. I had to break that paradigm because it was too simple and too wrong, and it was too portable. It spread around the world much quicker than 2s and 2p shell theory inside atomic or quantum theory. So simple can become a problem. Wittgenstein said that you must first describe it accurately with the correct terminology before you simplify it. And then Einstein said simplify, but then go no further, because you do risk that, what I call dipping below the Bridgman point, where you simplify the theory to where it is wrong. That's number one. Or you simplify the theory to where it can be easily debunked, but it's a straw man. So the answer on that one, I guess, Chaz, is yes as well. Okay, so presentation one, that's what we're going to be looking at. The simple version of what is ECDO theory. It's a long title, Exothermic Core Mantle Decoupling, Janabekov Oscillation Theory. So I guess before we launch into it, how many here have read the articles, one or more articles on the website? Oh, wow, okay. So we're looking at probably about half, maybe 60% of the audience. I struggled with the name, of course. The name must be detailed enough to capture the true essence of the argument being made, but it can't be so long that nobody could ever remember it. And even this is way too long. Exothermic, what the heck is exothermic? But it's key. You have to understand what this exothermic principle is before you can really understand the theory. Core mantle, that makes it distinguished from crustal displacement or separation. Decoupling, of course, is Janabekov. That's a principle, this wing nut spinning at the space station. That's a force unto itself, a rotation that is self-perpetuating, self-caused. Not the case here, but we still need to use the word Janabekov for a reason. And then oscillation. It happens over and over with various periodicities proposed in that over and over cycling that we don't know the answer to that yet. But that's the theory. And then ECDO, that was the portable handle for it. What I found is if you use 3 letters as an acronym, you're overlapping with 10 or 12 other things that have those same 3 letters. Like, I don't know how many times I've run into EPA in my life. And you always start out, all right, are we talking about the Environmental Protection Agency, or are we talking about estimate probability assessment? So ECDO was 4 letters, getting to 5, nobody's going to remember it. Everybody struggles with ECDO as it is, but that's the name. ECDO theory.
I did not know. I went and looked. Everything else was vanity.
And it basically comes from that core statement of ethical skepticism. If I don't know the answer and I'm compelled to know that answer, it's implicit in the statement. I had to go and look. Everything else was vanity. If I armchair debunk it, that's just me self-aggrandizing myself, self-aggrandizing. So that's what I did here. The simple version of ECDO theory is this: the yin and yang symbol, developed by a Chinese philosopher in the 2nd millennium BCE, I forget his name. It's yin and yang, and his name was something like Yang Yin or something. That makes it so hard to remember. Johann or Yohu or something like that. But anyway, state 1 is in the black section of the yin and yang symbol, and there's also, the thought will pop into your mind, was this entire argument, this oscillation, the origin of the thought behind the yin and yang symbol to begin with. We don't know the answer to that, but that's a curious notion. That's state 1, and you'll hear this consistently throughout the presentation, state 1 or state 2. In state 1, the rotational pole of the Earth, the true north pole of the Earth, which you navigate by on ship, is aligned and locked with the geomagnetic pole of the Earth. And they're separated a little bit. Nathaniel Bowditch, an American practical navigator, identified that as variation. He called that variation. And so the North Pole geomagnetic is slightly off the rotational pole, but when they're locked together, that is state 1, or what we call the geomagnetic priority. In other words, the Earth is rotating with the geomagnetism as its overriding axial priority. State 2 is the state we're unaware of, or have previously been unaware of. State 2 is a gyroscopic optimum. So if you spin a top on a table, it's going to rotate around its most dense axis. It's going to put that dense axis on the equator. And its most light axis, under the right-hand rule, use the right hand, goes up and down. So that's the spindle itself is pointing up and down. That's called a gyroscopic optimum rotation. What we found, what NASA found in the GRACE assessment of gravity-based moments of Earth's mass, is that Earth is a 3-moment body, 3-moment problem itself. And that's nice to know. But what's astounding in that is that we're not actually rotating as a gyroscope. Those moments are in the wrong place. And we don't have a rationale for that. We just said it's a mystery. ECDO theory says it's not a mystery. The geomagnetic pole is what's binding us in state 1 for now. And if that geomagnetism goes away, and all of a sudden we're free to rotate like a top, we'll naturally rotate to that gyroscopic optimum, which just happens to be 104 degrees offset from our current pole alignment. Our rotational pole points at Polaris when you're navigating at night on the ocean. The location of true north is obvious. And most people aren't aware of it in the daytime, certainly, but most people in society aren't aware of it because it's at night and you can't see it unless you're paying attention for a long period of time. All the stars spin around that true north point. I'd be in Washington, D.C., I'd get lost on the way between the Naval Intelligence Command and the Pentagon, and I would stick my head out the window and look for the North Star, and people behind me would be sticking their head out the window too. What is it? He's got to see in a UFO. But the North Star is essential to navigation. It would have been of paramount importance to the ancients. We'll look at the alignment of our streets and our buildings and the ancient monuments as they pertain to what they saw as true north under that same practice. We'll look at that later. But suffice to say, we oscillate between the two distinctive rotational states. That's the description of the hypothesis. Following the weakening and renewal cycle of Earth's magnetic field. Now this is the structure, this is the mechanism. It is one of the elements of hypothesis, is that you define a mechanism. This is what Hapgood and other players did not do. They had a cool idea, but they didn't really have a mechanism. This is an actual mechanism. They're not, this is an important thing, they're not claims. So I get these emails all the time or posts on X all the time. You need to support your claims. They're not claims. Claims are what you make on a patent, and I've filed claims before. These are not claims. These are structures of a hypothesis. These are elements of the ECDO hypothesis.
Okay, granted. They are not claims per se. Claims are something one makes inside a patent application. I defaulted to the Carl Sagan-styled terminology most commonly used in this type of consideration. Nonetheless, even patents offer what are called disclosures of prior art. Have you addressed the hypotheses offered by prior authors and cited the level of overlap with their work?
And the answer to that is yes, indeed. If you look at it, Doug Vogt, we've probably got several names that you would be able to produce here. Charles Hapgood, Chan Thomas, Velikovsky. Ben has mentioned Velikovsky, and I believe it was Carl Sagan had their infamous conflict. The answer is yes. In the book, we cite prior art, and that's part of the duty of a hypothesis. One of the elements of hypothesis is that you faithfully recite prior art. However, it doesn't mean you have to obey prior art. If you're falsifying prior convention, you just need to cite, hey, here is the prior art, we stand to falsify that. But in some way, you have to acknowledge those players and what they said. But I take exception to what Chaz just said, calling their work hypotheses. They're not actually hypotheses. As we've said a couple times now, there are 7 elements of hypothesis that are required to qualify a hypothesis. We won't go into them, they just complicate this flow. But basically, ECDO theory satisfies all 7 elements of hypothesis. And I derive these elements from scientific work at Princeton, Stanford. It's a combination of many scientists' work on this, and philosophers, importantly. So the answer is yes, we cite prior art. Our overlap with their hypotheses, their constructs, they're actually constructs, is about 1%. Just because someone says crustal displacement or pole flip does not mean they have identified ECDO theory. They're just using similar words, equivocal terminology, as the philosophers call it. And so that overlap is 1% or less. So this actually is a novel theory in its entirety, even though it looks and may have the feel of previous ideas that prior art authors have issued.
All right then, I will raise this important issue which trips up many a lay researcher. Have you ever even been to Giza, and have you been inside these structures to apply this broad engineering and scientific background?
That's getting more cynical now. It's ChatGPT in skeptic mode. The answer is yes. I've been to Giza. I don't want to say many times, because there are people who have been to Giza many times. I'm not in that category, but I've been to Giza several times. My client in Egypt was gracious enough to give me his personal driver to take me to the Giza Plateau several times, get me in some areas that people don't get to go to very often, which will remain unnamed, and then fend off all the tour guides that are patrolling the site, and the camels. I remember Daisy the camel. The camel driver came up and said, "Sir, would you like to ride my camel Daisy? She is a wonderful animal." And the camel got right down in my face, and with that bushy snout, stared me right in the eyes, right here. And what she was doing was looking in my eyes to see if I was sellable. The camel was the quintessential sales animal. And so, sensing that, I said, "Daisy, I'm here to do professional work. I'm not here to ride camels today. I'm sorry, sweetheart." And the camel, with that, saw in my eyes that I was firm on this. She got up and started lumbering off. I got my answer. And meanwhile, the guy sitting there is like, "No, wait, no." But the driver helped fend off those people and get in places like the Queen's Chamber to see the leoparding, to see the quicklime decay on the walls. These are things that Egyptologists should have seen in 1847, and noted immediately they should have taken samples immediately if they had had a broad enough set of experience to really address this subject, something other than just a topical academic introduction to the subject. But yes, I've been to Giza several times, so let's put it that way, not many. But you'll notice here, why is Giza important in this? Giza almost bisects this 104-degree angle. If you see state 1 on the left, and we use the nomenclature NP, that means North Pole. NP prime means the other North Pole. It's fancy terminology. It's helped to speed conversation, but sometimes people see it as exclusionary. It's breaks of the game. I always try and explain that. It's tantalizingly close to bisecting, sitting right in the middle of that 104-degree angle. And curiously, the Giza Plateau sits right on the 31st meridian, the meridian of longitude along which this Janibekov rotation occurs. So it has a central position inside the ECDO mechanics at the very least. Whether that's accidental or not, we don't know, or we'll find out here. But also curiously, the geographic center of the entire Earth, landmass of the Earth, also sits right on that 31st meridian and bisects this 104-degree rotation exactly. And I'm like, I'm so frustrated. I'm like, why didn't you just put the pyramid in Turkey where the geographic center is? That would have been wonderful. No, it wouldn't have been. Because by looking inside the Khufu pyramid and looking at its 8-degree latitude offset southward from the geographic center of Earth's landmass, we end up with an authentication technique, similar to how they measured the circumference of the Earth by measuring a well, observing a well in Egypt and one in Greece. And I can't remember the name, it begins with an H. It wasn't Herodotus, but it was a scientist at the time, measured the circumference of the Earth and did a pretty darn good job by observing the sun's angle at the same time inside two wells. What we have here is the geographic center of the Earth and the pyramid, and they act at those two wells. But what they tell us is the location of NP prime. And nobody's ever observed this before, but we'll go into that. So Giza is absolutely essential to this for that reason, but also under the context of erosion that we observe on the Khafre pyramid. It's absolutely essential to this argument in that regard as well. NP prime, state 1, state 2. What the theory says is that this rotation was the impetus, the mechanism behind the flood of Noah or the inundation of Noah. Let's not use the word flood. Flood is where the water actually just gradually rises up in any given location. What we're talking about here is a cataclysm or an inundation or a variety of terms that mean the ocean jumped out of its basin and went coursing across the land, which most of the myths, that's what they describe when we look at this. But we're describing the inundation of Noah, the Greek inundation of Deucalion, the legend of Atrahasis, Ziusudra, the Epic of Gilgamesh, the testament by Utnapishtim when Gilgamesh found Utnapishtim up the Indus River. And he was running a fishing colony. and finally Gilgamesh found him. He related the story of the flood in very competent fashion. And we'll look at that a little bit later. And then 175, importantly, 175 other cultural myths that all support this idea that have been ignored by mainstream science, unwisely so, and because they can't put a type of evidence framing to this. It's inductive. Yeah, it's inductive. But it's more abductive. Abductive is where you bring multiple avenues of evidence and they all converge on one answer. It's deductive in that it converges on one answer, but it's abductive in that it brings in multiple disciplines. And perhaps that's been the challenge. This requirement to have multiple disciplinary expertise has been the chief obstacle. I was in naval intelligence. I was in operations. I wasn't an analyst. I held a black top secret, specially compartmented information, special programs, clearance and access. You have to hold both. And I held 4 compartments inside that, which is exceptional. There are 12 compartments. Most people hold 1 compartment. And the reason they hold 1 compartment is they don't want you to know the whole picture. But I held a position where I had to know at least part of the picture. So I held 4 compartments. And that gave me an introduction to really the weaknesses that exist inside client organizations. They would call it rice bowling when I went to work with a client. And the span of vision that was required by a purchasing manager was broader than that required by an account controller or an accountant many times. And so we would talk about that, silos and rice bowls, and how that prevented our corporations from being effective in their mission. So that's been the block that has prevented us from understanding how this mythology could have contributed to our understanding of Earth's history and mankind's history and origins, importantly. So final aspect of the simple was a you are here map. And even in simple form, this looks complex. It is still complex. But this is at the base level. We begin out, Earth's magnetic field weakens. So we got that. All right, this works good. Right there, that's in my first article. The Earth's geomagnetic field weakens. It begins to disintegrate, so we end up with a piece. We end up with the South African anomaly, the weak zone in the Earth's geomagnetic field. We end up with a strengthening in the Bay of Bengal, which has lit Ben off. We end up with a weakening of the current geomagnetic North Pole. And interestingly, in 1973, that geomagnetic North Pole took off out of Canada, has gone across the top of the Earth, and is now proceeding like a banshee into Russia. All those things are called a geomagnetic excursion. That's the first step in the whole equation here. Commensurate with that is what I call the sloughing of the Earth's core. Picture it like a ball of butter, a big old ball of butter, and you stick it in your oven and turn the oven up to 300 degrees. And the outer surface of the butter ball starts melting and dripping down into the bottom of the oven. And if you stick a piece of duct tape around that butter, that duct tape is just going to fall off. Now, if you have it in the freezer, the duct tape is going to reasonably stick. But if it's melting, if that ball of butter is melting, nothing will stick to it. In fact, the boundary that it creates where that butter is melting on the surface could be considered an infinite lubricant. And we're going to talk about that in a little bit in the presentation. Then just to speed through the rest of it, after that core material goes out into the mantle, at the core mantle boundary, or what is called the D prime layer, it releases heat. When I was working with this materials company, one of the curious things that I observed as we developed this, this material right here is not classified. The process is classified, but this material itself is not classified. The structure of the equivalent of this material in the core, it's at 6,000 gigapascals. It's compacted to a lattice format called hexagonal close pack. That's in the core. But when it melts, when the core melts off and sloughs this material into the mantle, it snaps quickly to a configuration called face-centered cubic, which is what this 304 steel is in. It's in FCC configuration. But it doesn't just do that. It releases massive amounts of thermal and kinetic energy, both electrical form and heat. Now, the first law of thermodynamics says that the total amount of heat in a system, including the potential heat, and that's what this is potential energy is hidden until we can release it. That all that energy is conserved, it can't go away. There's an old comedy where a guy at work never used the restroom. So finally his boss gets him in a meeting room, and I can't remember which comedy it was. And he goes, "Look, Ted, you never use the restroom. What's up with that?" And he said, "I meditate and it goes away." So that's what science has presumed under the first law of dynamics happens to this heat, that it just goes away. The second law of thermodynamics says that heat will move, or energy will move from an area of high concentration. This is the law of entropy, this is the second law. You probably heard that one, the most familiar of the three laws. That energy will move from a high concentration area and will always seek a lower concentration area. So in other words, this heat not only can't go away, it has to flow to the surface of the Earth. So the prevailing theory has been one called thermos Earth, that the lithosphere, the land, and the oceans insulate us like a thermos, and none of that heat can reach us. ECDO theory says that that is a mistake. And it says it for two reasons. One, because that's not what the lithosphere does. And two, that answer was made up in the 1880s and never questioned since that time. So skepticism says that's where we should start looking. If we made up our answer in the 1880s and we haven't looked since, I don't care what your watts per square meter budget is, it's wrong. More than likely, it's wrong. And we know that the watts per square meter budget for geothermal heat is 0.087 watts per square meter. That's what they put into the climate formula. That's not what they measured. That's an assumption from the 1880s. So our job is to question that type of activity in science. Then finally, as we move past all that heat that's released, at a certain point, We've got our magnetic pole excursion right here. We are here. We're in the middle of that excursion right now. That doesn't necessarily mean that the flip is going to happen. We can enter this and do a head fake and go back out of it, and that may happen several times. And at a certain point, the D prime layer, core and mantle decouple. When that geomagnetic field gets below a certain strength, all of a sudden the outer rotational body of the Earth, the mantle, the lithosphere, the hydrosphere, the asthenosphere, they're free to rotate as a gyroscope, so they go there. The core stays affixed by the alpha and phi scalar fields of the sun, but the outer rotational body goes around and becomes a gyroscope, as it should, as it would, left to its own devices. Then here, sudden true polar wander. We'll talk about the difference between a tilt or a pole flip and how that's distinct from a true polar wander. And what we're talking about here is that latter case. True polar wander is a zero energy vehicle. It doesn't require an outside intervention. And that's been the majority of objection posed to me online is you don't have an energy source to make this happen. I don't need one. It's already in the potential of the Earth as it exists now, and it cycles back and forth based on much of the theory that Ben's developed on the sun. Then finally, ancients document the cataclysm, 175 myths, and then ancients, more importantly, construct monuments in the method they knew how best to tell future generations the story of what happened or allow them to piece it together. That's the essence, that's the simple, but not too simple description of ECDO theory. As we mentioned, we avoid oversimplification because it's going to be wrong. Atoms are not little solar systems. That's oversimplification. We avoid simplification so that it's easy to debunk. That's called a straw man. And so what happens in most of this discourses are like, Janabekov effect can't cause this. Well, we're not claiming that. The Janabekov effect is the pathway of least resistance in the motion. We have to, that's prior art, we have to serve it. But it's not the cause of the rotation. So that's where we simplify it so we can debunk it. That's a straw man. And then finally, another simple approach is categorical error. Archaeologists are not peers in this argument, I'm sorry. They're just not. It's an oversimplification of the expertise required to assail and address the subject. Let's see what this is.
Accurate is simple, but that does not serve to make simple, therefore accurate.
So we have the difference between complexity and complicatedness. Don't fear complexity. Complexity is part of our mission in life, addressing complexity. But complicatedness is when we add in extra items that are unnecessary. And we know that when in emotional dealings between humans, we overcomplicate things. That's a good use of the term right there. And simple versus complex. Don't be afraid of complexity. Be afraid of simplicity that is sold, that is actually complicatedness, but sold in the most clever of disguises. So be careful with simplicity. It's a noble goal, but it is what's called a semantic truth. It sounds good and may even be applicable in certain circumstances, but it is not what is called a logical truth. That means it applies in every circumstance. It's more akin to a law in that regard.
Granted. Yes, I must admit that few to no archaeologists bear even half this skill set, and certainly not this deep a professional background. Thus, in a way, and as regards the matters you are considering here today, they indeed are the lay researchers. Very well, then. I will let you continue on with your presentation.
All right. We're past the initial, what are you doing? Why do you have any business in this arena to begin with? Tess in my case, as we were talking with each other, which is part of skepticism. We're a little overblown here. You don't typically do this, to another individual, but I just let ChatGPT to run, and I put the text into the presentation, and then asked it to approve the text. Is this what you would have said? When I compress down, because it gets long-winded like me. It gets long-winded. I wanted to be shorter here, and it approved all those statements. The skepticism challenges against the theory itself. Again, that's amassed toward the end of the presentation, so we'll look at that separately. The principle of diminishing scientific returns.
Science advances one funeral at a time.
Max Planck described it adeptly, and for this reason I call a paradigm shift a Kuhn-Planck paradigm shift, because Thomas Kuhn did not, in the theory or the nature of scientific revolutions, didn't really grasp this decay process. You know, we live in a professional environment about 35, 45 years at the most. That's a pretty quick turnover of expertise. So really science, there's truth to this, science advances one funeral at a time. ECDO theory is not constructed for the old codgers that rule over science. I don't want to waste my breath and time trying to convince them that this theory merits, address inside the scientific discourse. But when I get emails from sophomores in college, or new college graduates that are thinking about graduate school and which discipline to go into, that's what encourages me. And not that they agree in finality that ECDO is proven, but they're willing to consider it a legitimate discourse as part of science. That's what encourages me. The principle of diminishing scientific returns, why hadn't we seen these tenets? We'll get through this quickly, and then we'll hit the core argument of ECDO theory. Why have we not seen this in the past? We have a set of biased cultural mechanisms that have been set into place which prevent us as both professionals and scientists and us as members of society from being able to see these principles. The first definition here is a quintessential example. It is our definition of pseudoscience. And we can see here, they're talking about statements, beliefs, people that lack status inside the scientific community. And then technical jargon. So I mentioned, the FL rating and the FF rating of a super flat structure, which was required to build the pyramid. You can't build the pyramid unless you measure FF, and FL. If I use that jargon, I'm a pseudoscientist, even though I'm an expert on those. All of a sudden, I use confusing jargon they don't understand, so I must be a pseudoscience. That is part of this methodical cynicism that we speak about here. And then finally, failing to self-correct. If I don't come back to the conventional narrative, I'm a pseudoscientist. This is a self-fulfilling definition. It is an invalid definition. If you say the wrong thing, if you consider the wrong thing, if you're not a member of our club, if you employ actual complex science and engineering, in other words, things you do professionally, and if you fail to come back and obey and regurgitate the doctrine at the end of all that, then you're a pseudoscientist. You're pushing pseudoscience. And of course, that's a self-fulfilling, or what is called in philosophy, a circular argument, that if you have actual expertise, you must support the narrative, or you're a pseudoscientist. That's the neat little wrap-up at the end of this misdefinition. So this definition is wrong. The load-bearing members of the definition are in yellow. The pretty words that are in the definition, the words that should be in there, aren't load-bearing. They're there as decorative instruments. They're called permissives and constraints. So let's give an example. Say your kid's about to go out for the evening with friends, and you say, you better be back by 10 p.m. or shortly thereafter. That appendage to the statement, or shortly thereafter, means they're going to be in at 11:40 p.m. because that's shortly thereafter. That's called a permissive. That's what's been done inside this statement. They permitted people to target innocent individuals for simply having the idea they didn't like. And then there's a thing called a constraint also in this. If I have a bushel of apples up here and I say, free bushel of apples, but my delivery fee is $200, just so you're aware of that. The word free is decorative. It's not load-bearing inside the syllogism of the definition, as philosophers put it. That bushel of apples, $200. So that's called a constraint. So this critical path, or the load-bearing portions of this definition, are all permissives and constraints. They allow anyone to be declared a pseudoscience by members of a club. So that is unethical even where it's coherent. Coherence involves the assembly of the load-bearing aspects of the definition. So it's unethical in its application.
Pseudoscience is the pretense of scientific methodology or authority, expressed through official public displays that misuse terminology, methods, implements, or inferences, presenting them as the product of sound scientific practice when they are not.
the conclusion that the Khafre Pyramid was built in 2540 BCE by Pharaoh Khufu is a proclamation of pseudoscience. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That theory is a zombie theory. It's walking around thinking it's alive, but it's dead as a doornail. It is pseudoscience, the actual definition. Similar, Occam's razor, we'll touch on that one. These are the two most common tools of the pretend skeptic. Occam's razor, and it's O-C-K-H-A-M, not O-C-C-A-M, William of Occam.
Plurality should not be posited without necessity. William of Occam, Occam's razor, 14th century.
And it basically means that an additional explanation, like ECDO theory, shouldn't be posited unless we're compelled to go there. And my contention is we have surpassed this threshold. We are now, by this extraordinary evidence, compelled to address ECDO theory as part of the scientific discourse. So once we've passed Occam's razor, it can't be dismissed by skepticism alone.
All right, another issue then. Has your theory staked risk in the form of any kind of hypothesis prediction? And have any of those predictions then proved unequivocally true?
We'll look later. 35 predictions, 34 of which have come true. The 34th prediction was that ancient monuments should consistently show some type of sequence, as I call it, to NP prime, the other North Pole. Indeed, that 34th prediction was found in spades. We didn't find that observation first and then go out to invent a theory to fit it, which would be equivalent to like p-hacking. What we did was we went through the disciplines of the centroids, the centers of mass of our LLVP structures in the mantle, and projected, here's where the North Pole should be, and if it sat there for this long, humans should have noted it. So where would we see that? We would see it in the ancient monuments. And so when we went there, that's indeed what we found. We did it the right way. We asked the question, we proposed a risk, and we made an observation which satisfied that risk. That is the process of science. So 35th observation, I'll give you a hint as to what it is right now. We're still working on it. It's not conclusive. But there's a gentleman who's written me, and he has access to what is called the ECDO database. And it's a database of every building and road in civilized human possession inside cities all over the planet. And when he ran an analysis, he went in to debunk ECDO theory. When he ran an analysis, he wrote me an apologetic email and said, all those cities, among those cities above 2,500 feet in elevation globally, they bear an obsequience to NP prime. And of all those cities below 2,500 feet in elevation, they bear obsequience to our current North Pole. Nail in the coffin deductive evidence, just absolutely strong, elegant evidential impact. That has yet to be published in a scientific study. Later, 2026, it's the 35th prediction, and it's looking very, very good with regard to that.
Fair enough. Inside your work, however, have you challenged, or even more importantly, addressed the challenges peers have raised against the theory? Given your earlier categorization of peer, however, I understand that true peers will be few and far between.
Yeah, well, the answer to that is yes. We're addressing legitimate challenges. The Earth, the mantle is a fluid, material. That's not a valid objection. The mantle is not fluid across 24 hours. If you jump off a bridge, 250 feet, you can't halfway down go, I'm fine because it's water below me. You're going to impact that water in 0.004 of a second. For all intents and purposes, that water is a brick wall. It's going to kill you. Same thing applies to the core. The mantle, the viscoelastic mantle is fluid across millions of years, but it's not fluid across 24 hours. In 24 hours, it is a solid object, I guarantee you on that. So the invalid objections, I have to set those aside. But what ChatGPT and Grok have done is help me assimilate the valid objections and categorize them into 7 genres of objection. And for those, yes, at the end of the book, we deal with those at face value and fairly. So the answer to that is yes. The principle of diminishing scientific returns, this is our final quip on this, harping on this. Science begins its process, exactly what we're doing here, begins with deductive, detective work. And then, as it goes along, it has to pay more and more homage to prior art. It has to keep looking in its rearview mirror and say, is what I'm developing and concluding here consistent with what my peers have developed in the past? In fact, my peers are going to look at that and assess it in peer review. So it's like driving a car. You start off, you're driving to the grocery store, and when you first start driving the car, you're glancing in the rearview mirror every 20 seconds or so, and you're focused on the road, and you're doing well. But by the end of that journey, you're staring at the rearview mirror, and every once in a while, checking where you're driving to make sure it's consistent with what you see in the rearview mirror. In other words, you're driving the car by the rearview mirror, and the best outcome of that is fecklessness, ineffectiveness. The worst outcome is derailing in a wreck. So this is just simply a process that says science right now, especially with regard to Egyptology, human origins, ancient civilizations, is driving by its rearview mirror. 4 weeks of interns, using brushes and typology at Göbekli Tepe is not excavation, no matter what Leclerc says. Consistently pushing the 4th dynasty narrative of Khufu, but never carbon dating the vehicle or binder and the ochre paint inside the relieving changers. That's pseudoscience. It's driving by the rear view mirror. You already have the answer. You don't need to do study. That's where we call the principle of diminishing scientific returns. Science, and we'll hear the principle here.
It is the natural tendency of a syndicate to become more pathological over time.
One thing I've learned in strategic consultancy is that syndicates are not there to service the product or the mission that they say they are. They are, but the syndicate is there to protect itself. The mission of the syndicate is the syndicate. That's the first law of the syndicate. The second law of the syndicate is syndicates grow more pathological over time. If you think back to Prohibition, when Prohibition was over, we had all these bootleggers. My ancestors were bootleggers in the mountains of Appalachia. When Prohibition was over, did they go out in the street and dance and say, our job is done, everybody can have alcohol now? No, they didn't. Their payoff networks, the railroad clerks unions, the officials that they had in their pocket, the running infrastructure, the overnight stays, all those were the value, not the booze. The booze wasn't the value. The value was in the syndicate. And the purpose and the mission of the syndicate was to defend the syndicate. And so what did they do? They moved immediately into drugs, and we began to escalate. The syndicate became more pathological over time. Science is no different. Unless we have mechanisms that check that process, science is no different. And what we do is we shroud that activity, this curve that goes upward and asymptotes to the boundary line there, the Kuhn-Planck boundary line. We shroud our activities in virtue. Leclerc saying, we're doing excavations at Göbekli Tepe. And nobody really knows any difference between 4 interns doing brushing and topology from actual excavation. So he gets away with it. It's shrouded in a cloak of virtue. That's one of the key signs that the syndicate has gone to pathological status.
Yes, of course. All this is fine and good if you are solving an actual problem. If this is a scientific process, what indeed is your problem statement?
Okay, just quickly, what is the problem statement? Sound science always begins with a problem statement. It does begin with questions and observations, but it must begin, if it's based on hypothesis and disciplined scientific method, it must begin with a problem definition. So we have a problem definition in that the historical, geological, climatic, archaeological, that multidisciplinary task that we've been handed, that across all those fields, those records contain persistent anomalies. So the question that we raise inside the problem statement is, this convergence suggests the possibility of a common underlying mechanism or process which has precipitated all these disparate observations. And the question then is asked, what physical mechanism, if any, can account for this? That's the problem statement. When I went into the lab and took over the lab that produced this, the scientists there were interested, they were a syndicate, they were interested in getting funding extended as long as they could and making sure that they published as many articles as they could during that funding chain to increase their credential base. That was their goal. The syndicate was there for the syndicate. When I came in on the first Monday, I said, we're going to develop a problem statement and we're going to define achievement metrics, not performance metrics. I don't want to use a whip on people, but I wanted achievement, and that achievement was this product here. and they bristled, but by Thursday, everybody was in line, and that's why we achieved the outcome in the materials lab.
Well, let's examine the circumstance from this perspective then. Carl Sagan made the famous assertion that extraordinary claims demand extraordinary evidence. Do you feel that the evidence base you have surveyed provides the level of diligence meriting a disposition of being extraordinary then? Or is it something less?
That's what we're about to go into, and we'll finish the presentation with some of the key evidences here. The answer to that is unequivocally yes. This matches the definition that Carl Sagan outlined in his quip that extraordinary claims demand extraordinary evidence. This is extraordinary evidence. History cries out.
A history that is erased, obscured, or rewritten is destined to repeat itself.
So our danger is allowing it to repeat itself. There's me on the Giza Plateau with a little more hair and a little less poundage. There is the Khafre Pyramid, and you can see the parabolic uprising on the very top of the erosion band. The erosion band makes sense. Everybody understands what I'm talking about when I say erosion band on the pyramid. We've had a spell cast on us that people have stared at this for thousands of years, and nobody's known what it was. I'm astounded that nobody has seen what this is. This is called a tidal erosion band. The bottom is where the trough, kinetic activity of the trough of the wave creates a relatively flat line. It's a little bit parabolic. And the top has a principle that is called clapotis, I believe. It's a French word, clapotis. And it simply means that when two waves intersect with each other on a 90-degree angle, they tend to rise higher and force the kinetics upward, and that causes that parabolic edge rising at the top of the pyramid. That, coincidentally, and by someone who's a navigator, who's designed ports, who's familiar with Sea State 8 and what's entailed there, that coincidentally fits exactly a Sea State 8, which is the typical maximum that you see inside a typical oceanic picture. You rarely get to Sea State 9 and 10. As a Sea State 8 height right there, no ifs, ands, or buts. When I looked at it, I said, that is a tidal and Sea State erosion band. So I hope that makes sense. Below it, you can see the pyramid is a little darker. That's the dissolved Tura limestone. It's called detritus. It's wholly different from the band there where it's white, where all the detritus has been washed away by the kinetic action of the waves. But beneath that, where the water is stable, you can see the receding water lines, and you can see the detritus bands that accumulated on the lower portion of the pyramid. That is the dissolved Tura limestones. They were not removed by the Sultanate. The Sultanate's historians in 1197 AD, the Sultan's historians clearly stated the Sultan told them not to touch the main pyramids, that they only assembled small minor pyramids that were peripheral to the Giza Plateau. These stones were not removed. They were not scavenged. An earthquake did not cause this. Wind and sand erosion or weathering and rain did not cause this. Only one thing could cause this, and that's what I ascertained. That's what sort of threw me for a loop back in 2010 through 2012, working with an Egyptian client.
Once Occam's razor has been surpassed, the job of the skeptic is to go and look.
So my job at that point was to start looking. We were past Occam's razor. You couldn't deflect this because it wasn't simple any longer. That didn't work any longer. I couldn't deflect it myself, so I had to do the job of looking. Another perspective you can see here outlining the measurements, the key measures for Sea State 8. You can see the Sea State chart on the right-hand side. I forget which document. That's not an American Practical Navigator, but it was one of the seamanship books that I keep in my library. I simply replicated that on that parabolic chart on the right. It shows the Klapoti rising on the edge, that parabolic rise, shows the water line. You can see the water line when you look at it, if you know what you're looking at. And curiously, there's a difference between the top and the bottom. And this is the difference between the erosion band and the bottom, that dissolved portion of the pyramid. This is the difference essentially between concrete and cement. And we'll go into that, what that means. Tura limestone was further up the Nile. It was away from the ocean. So it had fewer sea creatures in it when it deposited down. It was pure. That's why they used it as a casing stones. It gleamed white. It was easy to polish. And in this regard, it was softer than Mokattam limestone, which is used as the backing stones. These are the load-bearing stones. If you're a construction engineer, you want to use concrete, not cement, or concrete with rebar or cement with rebar as your load-bearing structure, but you never use a pure poured composite or cement structure because you don't know its load-bearing rating. So the difference here is that the Tura limestone was equivalent to cement. It was vulnerable to this principle we cited, which is called carbonic acid dissolution. Very vulnerable to it. In contrast, the backing stones, that band right there in particular, they're composite or concrete. They were the Mokattam plain, which is right next to the Mediterranean Ocean, and in being in that location, that limestone was replete with little sea creatures, seashells. If you've ever been to St. Augustine, Florida, the fort that they built there, they used seashells, the Spanish used seashells all through that concretion because it would resist cannonball impacts. If they had just simply cemented those walls, English ships would have brought the fort down in one afternoon because cement is much more vulnerable than is concrete. That's the difference between the Tura limestone casing stones and the Mokattam backing stones, and that's why we got this unique demarcation, this erosion band on the Cofferin Pyramid. As well, you can see from a drone photo the receding water lines. That threw me for a loop when I originally thought, well, this thing was underwater. Oh, why did it stop and sit there and create the erosion band, but all of a sudden have a series of low water lines? That doesn't make any sense. If it's a lake, yes, that happens on lakes. And some inland seas, that happens, like the Caspian Sea or the Aral Sea is probably a better example. What mechanism could explain an even gradiated distribution of these water lines? And as I was doing the Saudi Arabian medical and pharmaceutical strategy, I spent a lot of time traveling through Saudi Arabia. You can see the receding shorelines. It's very easy, from Riyadh all the way to the edge of the Arabian Gulf, or the Persian Gulf as the Iranians call it, and we call it. You can see the receding shorelines, and I guessed it's maybe 10,000 years at the time as I was looking at it, working that project of shoreline recension, whatever the word is. So these receding water lines, all this is key. This is deductive evidence. A hypothesis of the derivation of the Giza structures of the Giza pyramid. A hypothesis has a duty, what is called the duty to address and inform. No hypothesis standing out today either addresses this or informs us about this. And this is absolutely essential deductive evidence. So this really, the Fourth Dynasty hypothesis is just a story. It's not actually a scientific hypothesis, even though they have, quote, the legend per se. Just another perspective. You can see the detritus fell originally in a parabolic accumulation at the bottom. That's not sand at the bottom, that's concrete. It's called travertine, or travertine-like structure. It's where the Tura limestones melted from the carbonic acid dissolution equation. The detritus went to the bottom, and as limestone does once it's freed back from the ocean water, it reconcretes. So in the name of science, we cleaned all that up in the late 1920s. We cleaned it up. We didn't take any samples. We didn't have a qualified scientist look at it. The subterranean passage was clogged with reconstituted Tura limestone from top to bottom. So Petrie in Flanders paid a guy to scramble in there and chisel away at it, a little local servant guy, paid him to go in and start chipping away and get a passage in there. They got rid of all that limestone without taking any samples, without asking any questions. In other words, we were practicing pseudoscience. We were trying to force an answer that we already knew on an observation set which did not agree with our answer. So anyway, just a quick survey on that. The difference, I went to the University of Houston to derive the Cullen School of Geology and Materials, the definition differences between erosion and weathering, and make sure that we were disciplined in that terminology. We won't go through all this, but basically look at the top. The Tura limestones at the very top still have their sharp edges. So if this was weathered by rain, wind, sand, these sharp edges wouldn't exist. That's the very top of the pyramid. It still retains the very sharp Tura limestone edge. If you go down a little bit to the right here, you see what's called a toe scour. It's a characteristic you see in port erosion. And it's got a parabolic rise inside the oblique view as well. You've got the Klapoti parabolic rise. You see the detritus coming down the side of the Cofferin pyramid. Importantly here, the backing stones are Tafoni pitted. How do backing stones, which are concrete, how do they Tafoni pit in 600 years? They can't. We drove on Skyline Drive. Tony and I drove on Skyline Drive yesterday. Skyline Drive is a Cenozoic limestone formation that was thrust up out of the ground 40 million years ago. And on the face of those stones is Tafoni pitting. That Tafoni pitting is reportedly to have occurred over the last 50,000 years, roughly. So some scientists have gone here and said, well, because of this Tafoni pitting right here, the pyramid must be at least 25,000 years old. Well, in wind and rain context, yeah, they're actually right. But what they discount is that if you submerge it in ocean water that has a high CO2 content and has the carbonic acid effect, this can happen in a matter of 400 years, Tafoni pitting, because limestone doesn't typically survive well when exposed directly to the ocean. It exists under the ocean. So we have that Tafoni pitting, which falsifies the notion that these stones were removed 600 years ago. Absolutely fatal to that hypothesis, yet we don't recognize it because we're defending the syndicate, not the science. And then finally, you see here this reconstitution at the bottom. Look at the shape of that reconstituted Tura limestone. It's not sand dune shaped. It is silt basin shaped. That means it deposited while that area was submerged. It's not shaped like a wind-crafted sand dune. It has got the chaos of a silt bottom of an estuary or a lake or an oceanic body. And that is hardened now. It's now concrete. And those structures are still there. At least they didn't clean those up. But they're still there, but they have not analyzed them. Anyway, these are impossible features. They falsify the archaeological narrative. If we only had the discipline, the breadth of discipline and the ethics to look. And similarly, when we look at the Fourth Dynasty narrative here, these Dixon relics, people say, well, probably should introduce this first. People say, well, they've done carbon dating of the mortar inside the pyramid, and it dates to about the time of Khufu. Absolutely false. There are two studies that have been done. There are two studies that have been done. That went fast. The Bowman study and the Lehner study. I went through every single sample in those studies. None of the samples were taken out of the Khufu pyramid. They were taken out of the bakeries, the stone bakeries, not bread bakeries, that exist just to the north of the Khufu pyramid. In other words, it was human activity on the Giza plateau. Then they assumed that the Giza pyramid was associated with that human activity, a very common mistake of science. These Dixon relics right here, the cedar plank, was found at the bottom of the North Queens air shaft by Dixon in, I believe, 1868 or something like that. We've got it in here. That was carbon dated. That actual cedar-like stick was carbon dated. To their credit, I'm amazed they did that. But guess what it showed? It showed up 900 years older than the Fourth Dynasty. So in other words, and this was the work of tomb robbers. This is tomb raiders. They weren't using the stick to build the pyramid. It came with a hook and a sounding ball. You don't use sounding balls to build a pyramid. Use the sounding balls to raid a pyramid, because that's what you do. But we'll look at that in a second. This was part of the hook. You don't use a hook to build a pyramid. You use a hook to pilfer the gold that you think is inside the pyramid. So this was the work of tomb raiders. They were already raiding the pyramid 900 years before it was supposedly even built. This is extraordinary evidence. It's absolutely deductive and definitive, yet we ignore it. Similarly, the cartouches that are painted in Lady Arthurnaut's chamber, that's what these on the right here, these cartouches are made of the same ochre formulation, in the same handwriting, the same age, same consistency, same paintbrush, and more importantly, they're painted around the oblique crossstones. So they say, well, these were painted by the quarry workers, the engineers in the quarry. They're quarry marks telling the pyramid builders where they should put this stone. No, they're not. They're just random hieroglyphs. And importantly, hieroglyphs as they were understood in 1867, by the way. And they were painted around the blocking stones inside each of the chambers, yet some of them were painted upside down. So this is a principle called Autophaben, or that I call Autophaben. It means self-exiting in the German, or self-canceling argument. It means our second claim has falsified our first claim, but we position them so that most people won't notice that. Because if we said it in reverse, it would be obvious. When you paint a cartouche upside down, but you're avoiding with your hand and with the image itself one of the stones that are already in situ, that is a lie. You are lying. You're trying to make it look like those cartouches were painted in another setting, but you, in your little candle you're holding in the dark, you weren't able to step back and assess, ooh, somebody might figure this out. You're just focused on the tree rather than the forest. And so we ended up with an Autophaben here that these quarry marks are impossible. They're a forgery. Deductively, they are a forgery. They're a self-canceling argument. Similarly here, the Khufu cartouche that is in, I believe it's the Davidson chamber, relieving chamber. The cartouche is written as if it goes behind a stone. Well, okay, that's good. So they painted in the quarry and then they brought it in and placed it. Well, there's no marks in the paint. Where are the marks that would happen when you're handling a stone in a chaotic construction environment? Where's the dust accumulation in the vehicle and the binder? And when you look at it, the person who painted this was right-handed. They had to move their hand into a funny angle to get the cartouche to appear that is going behind the oblique stone that's to the right. In other words, a forgery. In addition, if you look at this, when you develop the fascia structure, and by the way, when you develop pyramid stones, you've got to form finish every face of the stone. You don't have any accidental outcomes. The FL and the FF in the horizontal dimension has to be established and certified by the foreman before they'll put a load on it. In similar fashion, you can't have uneven side profiles because your stones will place at uneven intervals and put doubt into your vertical load. So you have to have all faces finished. There are two types of patina that exist in these chambers. The first patina is an anaerobic patina, it's black. The second one is a goethite patina, it is orange. We have both black and orange. The color version of this on the website has it, but we have black and orange patina, those dark patternings behind the cartouche. Importantly, that takes 10,000 years for that patina to develop on bare, dry limestone. 10,000 years. This ochre is painted over that patina. Again, a self-canceling argument on Autophaben. It is deductively a forgery. When we look at an actual red ochre mark, which is behind what is called Ganton-Brink's door in the south air shaft of the Queen's chamber, we drilled a hole through that, and we saw on the floor, and this is on the floor, we saw red ochre marks. Wow, that's amazing we've used red ochre this long. That ochre actually doesn't exist. There's no vehicle, there's no binder, there's no iron oxide. It's actually the interstitial shadow of the iron oxide as it worked its way into the calcite, sort of like a 5 o'clock shadow when you haven't shaved for the day. That's just a shadow of ochre that existed there, and it existed on the floor, and all the paint is actually gone. You're just seeing the shadow of it that was left behind. Yet this paint is on a vertical surface or even on the ceiling, and it hasn't flaked, it hasn't diminished, it hasn't oxidized, it hasn't interstitially penetrated into the stone whatsoever. Again, an absolute forgery. So the syndicate has become pathological over time and protected its own conclusions. And the reasons why, I think we'll find out as we go through the presentation here. The Dixon relics, I won't go into detail, and this is a CAD drawing I did to reflect the principle. The Dixon relics originated from a displaced stone in the air shaft of the Queen's Chamber. That displaced stone was violently knocked out of place. It was broken, but it wasn't a broken stone just by haphazard pressure cracked the stone and it fell down the shaft. It was broken so they could get this hook and this dolomite sounding ball into the shaft. In other words, they didn't know where the Queen's Chamber was. They discovered this shaft first. But how did they get to it? Curiously, this point at this point in the Queen's North Air Shaft, it runs right by the void that we have detected through tomography most recently. So someone was in that void 900 years before the 4th dynasty of Khufu, and they were raiding the pyramid, and they didn't even know where the Queen's Chamber was. But they broke into the side of this shaft, and they put in these tomb raiding relics, and that's where we get the Dixon relics from. Again, unequivocal. Somebody's been in there. Well, that void's going to be empty when we find it, guaranteed. Look at the cycling of the Mohs 3 and 4, and that's the difference between concrete and cement, of the limestone that makes up the Sphinx. Why is it layered like lasagna like that? Do we have an idea why it might do that? Any thoughts? State 1 and 2, cycling, the oscillation between state 1 and 2. But the more important principle here is that the Mohs 5, the harder limestone, was more resistant to the carbonic acid, and the Mohs 3 limestone was less resistant. So we had horizontal erosion differentiation on this structure. Now, Robert Schock, Dr. Robert Schock, and he is a historian, I believe, Egyptologist with a Yale background and the University of Boston, I believe. He importantly pointed out there were verticalized rain channels as well in the enclosure area. That's also important. Those rain channels erode right through this differential erosion, which means the Sphinx enclosure is very, very old, far older than the 4th dynasty. There's no doubt about it. But this differential erosion between the Mohs 5 and Mohs 3 bands can only come through oceanic submersion. If it came through wind and rain, it would be verticalized, but it's horizontal, it's planar, which means it has to come through submersion. There's no doubt about that. And we have, of course, backing up in the background, another planar eroded structure, the Khafre pyramid, backing that up. Then finally, of course, the face is not eroded at all. It hasn't been eroded by wind, it hasn't been eroded by sand. It doesn't have the planar erosion of carbonic acid. That face was put on there at a later date, 2510 BCE by Khafre and his fans. So that face is a recent addition, no doubt about that. Similarly, if you go to the Giza Plateau, go to the quarry yard, the Mokattam stone quarry yard in the northwest corner of the Khafre enclosure, and you'll see these dissolved stubs, these stubs for the stones. They're highly karst eroded or carbonic acid eroded, yet carved into the wall just above these almost as completely dissolved stones are Old Kingdom hieroglyphs, and they're not eroded in the least, not a bit. So how do you get this severe karst erosion from rain and wind on stubs in the ground of Mokattam and nothing on the wall 200 feet down and immediately above those same stubs? Again, an autophaban, it's self-canceling argument.
What is forbidden often contains the truth.
What is forbidden often contains the truth. And we'll get through the end here pretty quick. Thank you for enduring this far. What is forbidden often contains the truth. Not always. That is it's a aphorism. It's neither a semantic truth nor a logical truth. But it's an important thing to keep in mind. We've been forbidden to grasp this principle. And we're going to talk here just what is a true polar wander? A true polar wander
cannot study what the heart will not allow.
We cannot study what the heart will not allow. My heart would not allow, when I saw the submersion of the Khafre pyramid, my heart would not allow a condition where we sat in another rotation for 400 years. My heart was like, no, don't go there. And that was unfortunate because it was a painful process to come through that. What we have here is not the tilt that exists with Uranus or Venus. Those are obliquity tilts. They require added energy. Something happened to Uranus and Venus to go in those odd rotation angles. That's not what we're talking about here. What we're talking about, that's the Venusian retrograde, called a retrograde motion, actually. What we're talking about is in the center here, the relationship between the geomagnetic pole and then the rotation, what's called an Euler or Euler rotation of the outer body of the Earth around the core. In other words, core-mantle decoupling. It's this cascade here in the center. The left side is what we currently are rotating on. You can see the geomagnetic pole as GM there. The georotational pole as GR points at Polaris, as we described earlier. And on the right, you see the retrograde or obliquity tilt type of tilt. That's what people keep thinking that ECDO theory is. And I'm like, no, if that's what you're sailing a straw man. That's not what we're talking about. The planet didn't tilt. That requires energy, tons of energy. But this relationship right here, the cascade from the removal of the geomagnetic pole or the excursion of the geomagnetic pole, as that transition provides degrees of freedom for the mantle to operate as a gyroscope, that doesn't require any added energy. That can happen naturally. And that's what we're talking about when we mean a true polar wander. It happens because of these structures that rise up from the core. They're called large low velocity shear provinces, LOVPs, but there are other LOSVPs, LSVPs, other names that they have for them. A concept is sketched over here. When I originally looked at these, I wasn't aware of the 104-degree angle principle of ECDO theory, but I developed a theoretical center of mass for what I call the Southern African LOVP or SAC LOVP, and it ended up in the nation of Zambezi in the south part of Africa. That was where the centroid was. You see the principle here that as this material is sloughed off out of the core, you have hexagonal close-pack iron on the left. It's a very compact, high-energy form of iron, something we don't see here. Thor's hammer is made out of this material, reputedly. It's exotic in its nature. It produces an incredible magnetic field. It does things that we're not aware of. It's an exotic form of material, just like the hexagonal close-pack materials we worked with in our labs and analyzed. When you snap something out of a hexagonal close-pack lattice into this space-centered cubic, which this iron, normal steel is, you release tons of energy. And that energy, by the first and second law of thermodynamics, has to go somewhere, has to end up somewhere. It doesn't just disappear. So that's the principle there. That energy comes up in the form of heat at key points in the Earth. Actually, these are the centroids of the LOVPs, sorry. And that's how I derived the centroid points. They are common to each other, so the mass or lack of mass that exists in the Pacific influences the location of the centroid in the south of Africa. So those were the points. There's the 104-degree rotation point placed and shown inside Zambezi in Africa. So I call them the PAC and the SAC centroids, but they're actually centroids of lack of mass, not centroids of added mass, because these are lighter structures. Then if you do the analytics to balance it out, we don't need to go into this, it shows that in theory, the difference between geomagnetic and gyroscopic rotation is 104 degrees, plus or minus about a half a degree. So as we look at the GRACE, gravity-driven moments here, we see on the left that the Earth does not actually rotate as a gyroscope right now. It rotates as an anomaly. And unless we introduce the geomagnetic pole, we don't actually have an explanation as to why we're rotating like this. So the solution is on the right. Once that geomagnetic eccentricity is taken away, the Earth rotates as a gyroscope and rotates this 104-degree angle. I call that the solution, or gyroscopically mediated Zhenebekov rotation. That's the accurate title there. Zhenebekov effect doesn't cause this. It's simply the pathway of least resistance between the 2 points, NP and NP prime. When we say that the Earth is locked, the core and the mantle are locked together, we have 5 factors that are locking them together, and these are important. We have what is called viscous coupling. It's akin to a shear earthquake. When a subduction occurs, one plate is ducking under another plate. They're locked together until enough pressure comes and it builds up and the subduction component cuts in, and you end up with that side-to-side earthquake that's so terrible. That's viscous coupling, akin to viscous coupling. The friction, if you will, it's not really friction, but it's similar to friction between the core and the mantle. Then secondly, the electromagnetic coupling, they're like 2 batteries. If you look at the main constituent of the mantle, it's olivine. which is not heavy in terms of mass of iron, but the contribution of the iron is accentuated in this olivine structure, and it produces a familiar rock, if you will, called magnetite, which is one of the strongest natural magnets that we have. And that's what provides the coupling between the core, which produces our magnetic field, and then the magnetic attraction to the mantle. It keeps them locked together. That's principle number 2. Principle number 3 is what drives an electric motor. It's called the Lorentz binding force. When you have a charged particle inside a magnetic field, if you try and move that particle, the particle produces a force. And that's what drives an electric motor. That also prevents the core and the mantle from decoupling. And then 4th, we have topographical coupling. It's like mountains in the wind, except the wind is big and thick. So the mountains won't move and the wind won't move together. They're bound together by structure. And then finally, we have a gravitational tidal locking, much akin to the lock between the Earth and the Moon. But that's the weakest of the 5 forces. When we look at it here, the sloughing of the core, that ball of butter that we put in the oven and it's melting, and then the weakening of the geomagnetic field eliminates every single one of these, with the exception of the gravitational tidal coupling. In other words, once the sloughing occurs, in other words, the climate heats up, and once the geomagnetic component goes weak, the geomagnetic pole begins its excursion and depletes 25% like it's doing now, or 100% almost during the Lechamps excursion period, then we're rife for that that gyroscopic rotation, state 2 rotation. So hence, that's the depiction there. Now, interestingly, when we go from state 1 to state 2, what we might be looking at in the next 200 to 1,000 years, or maybe 2030, depending on what math you're on, is a slowly increasing hot climate, which precipitates in a sudden true polar wander, that 104-degree rotation. Conversely, on the back end, we have a suddenly cold climate, which then precipitates into a slow recovery back to state 1. So we end up with all the features that we see inside our geologic and anthropological past, not paleological past, I guess. You know, bison frozen, or I'm sorry, I believe it was elk frozen swimming through a river. We end up with a sudden temperature drop and then a slow move back, coupled against a gradual increase in heat, but a very rapid rotation from state 1 to state 2.
True genius shudders upon coherence.
Oh, this is another aphorism, sorry. Thank you, Chaz. So, true genius shudders on the coherence of a clear next step. When I hit this point, I was like, oh crap, not that I'm true genius, but that was the answer. So I had to develop predictions and take this to the final step. One of the predictions was verified by Craig Stone at Nobulart. He basically found that of all the tectonic striations on the Earth, if you deal with them as a database, and he pulled down the entire database, and you find the concentric commonality to all those striation marks, they end up, both of them, or both sets, they're bifurcated along the meridian of rotation, and the center of each of those striation mark sets is right at the Euler or Euler axes, the western one and the eastern one. I fell out of my chair when Craig produced that. A very prominent, successful confirmation. Not final proof, but very strong. This is what's called extraordinary evidence under the Sagan denomination. And then heat. Heat comes up through the Pacific, comes up through the El Nino along the coast of South America, and then the Pacific as well. 104-degree rotation, we won't dwell here. The rotation of the oceans, the displacement of the oceans, we have here indeed exactly what the rotation would expect. The Great Basin displacement, chevrons, the diatomaceous salt deposits, the saline deserts in the American Southwest. They're saying, well, that's ancient lakes. Their tributaries feed the salt into the depression. No, it's not. These are all at high elevation. There are no tributaries feeding these diatomaceous formations. How did it get there? Patagonia, clear evidence of striations from the east to the west. Sahara, clear evidence of striations coming out of the med, and then by the Coriolis effect turning, hitting the coast off the coast of Guinea, of West Africa, and off that coast is the Mauritius slide, the largest slide deposition on the Earth is right there, and it's all the topographical material displaced by this oceanic powerhouse, moving through Sahara and then moving out off the coast of Sahara as the Coriolis force finishes it. And curiously happened right at about the time as what is called the aridification of the Sahara. Similarly, the Gobi Desert, the most massive displacement saline diatomaceous desert on Earth. The Great Victoria Desert, similar principle. All of them fit. Black soils displacement, they conform. It's almost like a snapshot in photography when you take a picture of someone, behind them is a shadow that's in that same configuration of that person. What we've got here is black soils displacement that takes the shape of the full coastline. Only one thing can cause that, and that has an oceanic displacement from that coastline. Similarly, we have the Russian black soils, and the Russian black soils actually have a Coriolis tilt to them as well. Same thing. So the coastline conformed displacement of black soils, completely different environment north of the displacement line as compared to the displacement line and southward from there. The Y-DNA compression, and there's been a lot of hullabaloo about this. Somewhere around 5000 BC, we lost 19 of every 20 people on the face of the planet. It shows up in the male Y DNA, where we lost 19 of every 20 males on the face of the planet because we had a severe constriction of the diversity of the male Y DNA at that time. And it happened in a very short period of time. The narrative attributes this to warfare, famine, pestilence. But if you run population models, if you know how to develop those models, you know that this can't happen globally. No war, no pestilence, just like COVID. COVID killed differently around the globe. No famine, no political doctrine, no practice, no patriarchy, no kingdom can produce this effect globally at the same time. There's only one factor that can produce this, and that is a significant cataclysm. Now, it could come from outer space, but it just happens to appear right at the, or occur right at the time, about the time of our last state 1 to state 2 rotation, which is the flood of Noah, Deucalion, Atrahasis, Gilgamesh, etc. On the female side, not as severe a constriction, it's more of like 8 out of 20. So the postulate is here under ECDO theory that men in the kingdoms that were wise and knew this ancestral tradition, they saved their cousins at the furthest reach. But the females they brought into their household could have been captives, concubines, servants, multiple wives. So the diversity survived. The individuals didn't survive, but their diversity did. The mitochondrial DNA diversity indeed survived because of these patriarchal practices. So that's explainable in the context of losing 19 of every 20 humans. And similar to the east Euler axis rotation point, in terms of megafauna, large animals, the most diverse survival point for humans, humanity, ancient rock art, 51,000-year-old rock art, all survived at that eastern Euler axis, as the theory predicts. Same thing on the western Euler axis. All kind of mysterious critters in the Peruvian and Ecuadorian Andes. They survived for a reason, and potentially they knew. Anyway, see that there. So as we bear this in mind, there's the 104-degree angle, the difference between current North Pole and NP prime. So we have here, as we're getting close to the end here, the rotation between state, or the difference between state 1. State 1 is like this, we're rotating like this, and then the Euler rotation happens, but the Earth keeps rotating as it does normally, and under a conservation of angular momentum, the Earth just takes this orientation and rotates as it always has. No added outside energy is required under this type of rotation. And this is developed by Craig Stone at Nobulard as well. And you can see that under this rotation, the oceans will keep going where they used to go. The land takes on a new pathway, and the oceans keep going where they used to go, so the land and the oceans cross each other. The stones themselves cry out. This is where, this is prediction.
can only be understood by engineers.
Much of the past can only be understood by engineers, or maybe more specifically, cross-disciplinary experts. I don't know if you would call them experts. The spiral symbols. The oldest spiral symbols in Europe, this is a symbol that is ubiquitous throughout Europe. It's done in a variety of forms, but the oldest forms, two of which are depicted here, I believe that's Newgrange monument on the right, and then that is the Malta seat, temple seat on the left. They both show a rotation, state one rotation, separated by a delta, which means change or cataclysm, and then on the right, a state two rotation. Those are the oldest depictions of the ubiquitous spiral symbol. From there, they get more fanciful, and I think we lost the cultural memory that allowed us to preserve this two-state condition. These are the most ancient versions of them. We lost that cultural memory, and it just became a pretty picture that meant something important, but I don't remember what that was any longer. And that's what they're depicting. That's the north sky to a navigator. You walk out on the bridge wing of the ship with your sextant, and you're going to take your night shots of your stars. You get 3 stars, and you take a low shot on the horizon. You use a principle called homo-to. You go in and put it on the chart, and you estimate your location. That North Star is what you look at, because that's the center point that everything revolves around. That's the point of God in the sky. Very important to ancient peoples. That's Polaris. Bearing north, the true north. There it is, Newgrange. Newgrange is pointing to NP prime. We remember NP prime is the North Pole during state 2. It is what ECDO theory predicted should be the obsequience of these monuments, and indeed, this monument actually points there. The narrative is that it points to the winter solstice, but in fact, it's 8 degrees off from the winter solstice. It's not even close. The only reason is because the sun catches the very end of this passage. But the inception of this passage, the cross at the inception of this passage is pointed right at NP prime. And you can see there are 10 other arcs that I've put there from these other monuments, and we won't go through them in detail. But they all intersect in the same spot. And this is only 10 cherry-picked out of the whole body of them. To date, we've had identified 93. 82% of ancient monuments prior to 500 BC point at NP prime. And we'll take a look at that in a moment. Chinese pyramids, hundreds of these pyramids, they all point at NP prime. So if you're in South China, they're angled slightly to the right. Why wouldn't they point at the same direction? If you're in North China, the Xi'an pyramids, they're angled slightly to the left compared to the south. They're pointing at NP prime. Sacsayhuaman, one of our most popular monuments now, impossible walls, impossible stone deformations, clearly points at NP prime. It's a touch off, but we accommodate that in the statistical study, which you'll see. We don't want to take that at face value. Poverty Point in Louisiana. The Tomb of the Giants in Sardinia. The Kokor in Cambodia. So this knowledge was all over the planet, including Gunung Padang in Indonesia. Gunung Padang is also aligned to NP prime, but I didn't put it on here. The ancient city of Gore in Iran, the gates of the city are aligned to NP prime. There's no doubt about this. The Malta temples, the temples of Calypso, where Odysseus was held captive by the goddess Calypso to be her sex slave for 7 years. He stayed there for 7 years. He must have tried to escape often. But that temple is aligned to NP prime. The Nazca lines orienting reference, the mandala square, the entire Nazca line set is oriented around this central orienteering reference or surveying reference. It's aligned to NP prime. The Dickey stones, and the gentleman who wrote the foreword in my book, Ambassador Louis Luck, he lives in Costa Rica. He was chief of staff at the U.S. Embassy there for a number of years. And he's like, I can't tell the Costa Ricans this. Sometimes we love the mystery because the mystery engenders tourism and all kind of good stuff like that. And who doesn't enjoy a good mystery? But I think the Dickey stones, and importantly, Karahan Tepe, 100 years, possibly 100 years older than Göbekli Tepe, the axis is oriented to NP prime, 9,700 BCE, an important period here. Interestingly, Paula Zalitsky, oceanographer, and her husband, an engineer, oceanographic engineer, discovered numerous buildings off the west coast of Cuba in 2001. They measured the orientation of the streets and the buildings. They're aligned to NP prime. Underwater. The Piri-Reis map, which no one has understood, the Piri-Reis map is actually a consolidation of 3 maps. And I'm a certified navigator. I've spent 50 years navigating, 40-something years navigating. I graduated Annapolis Sailing School, qualified officer of the deck and navigator in the Navy. I've skippered 3 boats, navigated with them all. I understand charts and navigation. The central piece of a navigational chart is called its compass rose. There are 3 compass roses on the Piri-Reis map, and they don't agree. Sometimes you'll have 2 compass roses on a large navigation map, like the Chesapeake Bay. It runs north-south, and it'll have 2 compass roses, but they have to agree with each other because you've got to use those references with your parallel rulers and your dividers and your pointers. They've got to agree with each other so you can navigate the Chesapeake Bay, and I've done a lot of that. None of these compass roses agree. The second aspect of curio is none of these compass roses point to our current true north. Compass roses always have what are called primary ordinals, and there are 2 of them. There's north-south, and there's east-west. These have primary ordinals in the red, yellow, and blue lines here, but none of them point north, south, east, west, curiously. And they all don't agree with each other. So I did a principle in navigation that was just called chart mapping. Chart matching. If you take a chart that you used in the Sea of Marmara off the Mediterranean, and you take a chart that you used in the Gulf of Mexico, and you take a chart that you used in the Pacific Northwest, their compass roses won't match up. But when you extend the line northward from those compass roses, they'll all intersect at our current North Pole. So that's what I did with these compass roses. I took their primary ordinals and extended them out in every direction. All of them were incoherent except for one. One, which was the north ordinal, they all intersected at, guess what? NP prime. Extraordinary evidence that explains that the Piri-Reis map was derived from 3 maps that were developed during State 2 and then digested by Piri-Reis, the Turkish admiral, into 1 map. He didn't really understand why it was constructed this way, but thankfully, he was faithful to the original maps. These original maps were probably destroyed for a reason. All the monuments, this is the Marrow Build Reps, full set of 328 monuments. When you look at the axis of them, if you project the east-west axis, you get a moving North Pole. But if you project the ECDO north axis, you get a static North Pole at NP prime. 82% of these monuments conform or are subsequent to NP prime.
Hold on a moment here, Roger. What you are telling me is that 80% of ancient monuments dated to older than 500 BCE all point to a single spot on the globe, and that spot does not correspond to azimuths of winter or summer solstice sunrise, sunset, lunar pathway variance, nor equinox or equilux, nor the current North Pole.
That is correct.
Do you have a rigorous statistical study which accommodates all these possible confounders and still excludes the null hypothesis of random or non-NP prime alignment?
Absolutely, and that's the final thing we'll look at here. Of the body of monuments, this analysis was done. We were at a success set of 46. It shows 2 things. Number 1, yes, there is an obsequence to NP prime among ancient monuments. 2, it performs in a descending histogram. This is a histogram, is what it's called here, showing that the older the monument is, the more it tends to remember NP prime. a curious artifact. Now, part of it is rendered noise by our mismatch in dating. These monuments are likely older than we attribute them to, but we made the same mistake that we made with the bakeries at the Khufu Pyramid. We presumed that the human activity that we dated there was the cause of the monument that sits beside it, and that's not indeed the case. So we have definitely shown inside the statistical study that the cultural memory exists and the obsequience to NP prime, just like we point our roads true north today, exists. In fact, it exists such that here is the cumulative distribution arrival. It is the chance of this being accidental or driven by solstices or sunrises is 1 in 4 times 10 to the 14th, or 1 chance in 400 trillion.
They push their book and lies to extremes to trap your mind. False choices left and right, while the real truth gets left behind. He saw through their science game, the hustle and the con. Questioned every story that the big boys put upon. Stood tall when COVID hit and the whole world lost its head. Wouldn't swallow their dark medicine or follow where they led. Held his ground through the madness, wouldn't bow down to the fear. Kept his soul on fire while the panic drew so near. Oh, remember who you are. Choose love, choose love. Deep down in your bones, that rebel star. Remember who you are.
In 1986, the band Metallica released a song called "The Thing That Should Not Be," and it spoke of tumultuous forces that threaten mankind, not just existentially, but spiritually, just to disrupt our fairy tale understanding of our world around us, to reveal to us how minuscule we were in the face of the forces that drive the cosmos, and of course, the earth itself. With ECDO theory, we face the thing that should not be. In coming through this journey, this road to Emmaus, I think we see on the other side something extraordinary, potentially extraordinary, something that will take mankind from its childhood and into the light of the adult cosmos as we were meant to be originally. I look forward to the presentation tomorrow with you as well. Thank you. So this is presentation 2. This is the final chapter or sections of the book, sections 4, 5, and 6, and of course they're presented both in hypothetical diligence order as well as persuasive order, which is convenient. So this was basically just a replication of the finish out of the book. We begin out with the earth cries out. These are specific things that are happening inside and on the surface of the earth that are extraordinary evidences in support of ECDO theory. Then we look at the prescience of Giza. Giza under ECDO theory is absolutely the central message from the ancients delivered as a gift to us as modern mankind. Giza is the only monument that points simultaneously at NP prime and at our current North Pole. So it's trying to communicate that message to us. Whether or not Khafre was placed there because they knew how high the waters went, that's a distinct possibility because this is a regular event, a predictable event. That's a possibility, or whether it was just an accident. Either way, we got fortunate that we got the watermark on the Khafre pyramid that allowed us to at least be tantalized by the first clues. And once we look inside Giza, we see additional clues. And I know there are a lot of incredible coincidences about, especially the Great Pyramid or the Khufu Pyramid, passages and distances that match biblical intervals, or it looks like an explosion occurred in the King's Chamber. And we've heard those incredible claims in the past, and here I'm using the word claims, some of them are, or these incredible hypotheses in the past. I think that what we're going to see here today is a fully fleshed out, again, mature hypothesis that bears all 7 elements of hypothesis that hasn't been posed to date, even though it's one competitor among a field of many. I think that this prescience that we're going to examine here is very, very strong. And then finally, the diligence and reckoning. I spoke about the 7 generalized objections that both Grok and ChatGPT brought up and said, hey, look, I instructed them, hey, I'm going to dismiss the ones that really come from ignorance. And they're like, yeah, that's fine. But the objections that don't come from ignorance, can you summarize them in 7 bullet points for me so I can fairly address those? That we're going to look at here as well. And that's the diligence and reckoning. We'll go briefly through the 35 predictions, not all of them, just touch on 1 or 2 of them, and how 34 of them have come to fulfillment. All of them in that category of extraordinary evidence that Carl Sagan demanded. So
the surest way not to find something is simply not to look for it.
The surest way not to find something is simply not to look for it. I forgot we had Chaz on that portion of the slides. So anyway, what I did was with ChatGPT, I put it in skeptic mode, not cynic mode, and not fanboy mode. My ChatGPT is definitely in fanboy mode toward ECDO theory, and I'm okay with that, but I have to coax it back into skeptic mode. So it takes more of a neutral central stance and says, wait a minute, have you considered this? And maybe you're doing a little overreach over here, but not in cynic mode where it's just throwing out rhetorical garbage. So what I did was I recorded each of these out through AI and then submitted them to ChatGPT and said, have I fairly represented your objection here or concern here? And it blessed or rejected each one. So it is ChatGPT speaking, even though it's a recording. So if we don't look for these things as a culture and as a body scientific, the point being as we enter into this section 4 of the document that we're surely not going to find these things if we're not looking for them. And I'll remind you again of the aphorism we had earlier. The mind cannot research what the heart will not allow. We have to bear those in mind. So this presentation 2, presentation 3 is a little different. We'll be presenting off the actual website tomorrow. Presentation 3 outlines the argument, the hypothesis, the flow, the critical path, all these terms I sling around, of the book that will be published in December, well, probably October but hopefully sell well in December of 2027, and you'll get a preview of that here. So presentation 2 is the finish out of the ECDO.
No qualification grants you the right to demand my ignorance.
No qualification grants you the right to demand my ignorance. As long as I'm buoyed by the evidence, I can continue to investigate this. It doesn't matter if they consider me a non-expert, which would be an invalid categorization, but I can still, we are propelled by the evidence, not by hype, not by conspiracy theory, not by all these things they claim. We are compelled by evidence, just as will be outlined in this section here, the earth cries out. So, climate change. This is the infamous or famous carbon and global temperatures curve. And I've been running it to match and replicate what climate science has been producing over the last 15 years. I think this is ended in 2022. That's the last time I ran it, because it's basically the same thing every year. The actual global temperature curve is proceeding linearly, but the atmospheric CO2 curve is accelerating. And the way you look at that, nonlinear, accelerating, it's in a curve motion. So in order to keep this chart looking like this, I have to adjust the regression, both regressions every year, and get them aligned. In this instance here, both regressions are aligned. But in my need, or climate science's need, to adjust these statistics every year to keep them lined up, it highlights a mismatch between the progression of global temperatures and the progression of CO2 concentrations as measured at the Mauna Loa Observatory in Hawaii. And that presents a problem. What it tells me as a systems engineer is that in terms of carbon, there's more than one factor at play here. And there's an acceleration that's involved here that is not matching mankind's activity. Mankind is increasing their carbon release activity, certainly, but it's less than linear. So how then is carbon accelerating hyperlinear? It could be methane decaying into CO2, but we'll have to take a look at that. But it broaches the question as to why is that orange curve accelerating, and that presents a mystery. This is called the Keeling curve. And basically, the first mystery that it shows me is this thing called the vernal jump, right here. This is a normalization of every Keeling curve that arrived in Earth's northern hemisphere since 1973, I believe it is, which is our relevant range. I've got it indicated somewhere. 74, yes, good. Our relevant range of climate change began in earnest in 1973. And you'll see here a little bit later that some rather anomalous events occurred in 1973 that have nothing to do with mankind's carbon output that precipitated this entire set of changed events. But what we see here inside this Keeling curve is that every pre-spring, the carbon dioxide builds up in the northern hemisphere atmosphere. And then once we get the greening of the northern hemisphere, the trees begin to sequester and use naturally in their photosynthetic cycle, they use that carbon dioxide and decline the Keeling curve back down to a negative, which would normally be good news. However, the decline cannot overcome the increase each year, so we have a net increase in carbon dioxide, and that's what precipitates the long-term curve, is that differential. Each year we used to take away, through the greening of the planet in the northern hemisphere in particular, because most of the Earth's mass is in the northern hemisphere, we used to take away all the excess carbon dioxide that we produced in the off-season, if you will. And now we have a 30% shortfall. That nominally is the source of this excess carbon parts per million, what they call the ppm. And that 30% contributes each year in this Keeling curve. But what happens is, during the winter, this curve flattens out. And it shouldn't. If this curve was caused by mankind, we shouldn't have a flattening of the curve in the winter because we consume more fossil fuels in the winter than we do in the summer. So why do we have a flattening, relative flattening of the curve during the winter? And then when the sun crosses the equator on the March 21st equinox, we have what I call here the vernal jump. And the vernal jump is simply means that for some reason, all of a sudden, carbon dioxide just springs forth across the whole planet. But it's not plants, it's not decayed plants. That's not gonna happen over 4 weeks, a 4-week jump. So a second mystery here is, what is the cause of this vernal jump each year? And that's the difference between the flattening and the vernal jump is shown right here. So those two observations in the annual normalized Keeling curve, one, climate science hasn't run this. They don't look at this. Number two, both of those are anathema to carbon dioxide under the definition of mankind producing all of it. Now, under this model, we can burden it definitely by mankind being part of the problem here. It could be 20%. I don't think it's 50%, but it's somewhere mathematically in this, maybe 20% of the equation. But that's inductive, not deductive. It's only hinting at the answer. Suffice to say that when we look at the Keeling curve from a systems engineering perspective, and not the way climate science has treated it, we see two intrinsic problems which stand to potentially falsify our current understanding of climate change. Again, not definitive, it is more suggestive, inductive, but still plays a role in scientific development and deliberation. Now, two experiments that we saw, and this came back during the COVID timeframe. This came out during the COVID timeframe. I thought it was curious that when I normalized all the Keeling curves from 1974 through 2021, I believe on this one, 2020, that in 2018, we had an interesting effect. That 1 year, we had a departure of the CO2 parts per million curves in that it ducked below the normalized reference. Why 2018? 2018, we didn't do anything different. And so that perplexed me for a long time. It continued into 2019, and then into 2020, and my concern here at the time when I formulated this Keeling snapshot was that something had to precipitate that depressed parts per million curve in the northern hemisphere. I didn't know what it was, but something had to precipitate that against the normalized reference. So then along comes COVID. Woohoo! During the heart of COVID in the Western Hemisphere shut down. We consumed, what is that, 18%, I believe? Or is it 16? It's right in there. But we consumed way beyond climate change's goals in terms of reducing mankind's carbon or fossil fuel consumption. Well beyond the goals to save our planet, to eliminate that 1.5 degrees Celsius increase that we're well underway in completing. And curiously, during that same time frame, we had the largest ppm jump in the northern hemisphere in recorded history. So 47% of the planet is shut down, yet we have the largest ppm carbon dioxide jump in recorded history, right during, by the way, the vernal jump. So why is that? Why is that? These things began to pique my interest that, again, climate science doesn't look at the normalized Keeling reference here, so they don't know this. And so as I go back and look at the China curve, we look at the China curve, excuse me, I tipped my hand there. We look at this depressed curve from 2018 through 2019, and we look at the succeeding curve in 2020, we notice that that jump occurred right as China left its lockdown. In other words, when China resumed full economic activity, that's when our Keeling curve ppm curve jumped significantly. In fact, the precedent there would match, would be unprecedented in recent history, if you will. So I put together the hypothesis that the West is not contributing that much to the equation, but that possibly something happened in China in 2018 and 2019 that we were not aware of. We were acutely not aware of, except I was CEO of a company then called Grainster, and we were doing animal products trades out of China. Chicken paw, I never knew it was called a paw. I'm like, what's a paw? I'm like, you can't say that to these traders. I'm like a systems guy, every single trade was canceled because China was hit in 2018 at the same month with pig viruses, horse viruses, chicken viruses, avian viruses. There were a couple other viruses as well. They lost that in late 2017 into 2018, they lost 65% of their swine herd. And so that piqued my interest as well, that some type of activity occurred in 2018 and 19 in China, and China did not own up to that to the rest of the world, and it came commensurate with the release of a whole host of coronaviruses all at once, including two particular coronaviruses of concern, Omicron and then the Wuhan strain, which are different viruses. One did not evolve from the other. They were in situ different. And I ran the genomic analyses to prove that. So I put together, and we'll just touch on that briefly. When we looked at Omicron, when it arrived in November of 2021, there was BA1 and BA2. When I pulled down the entropy-driven nucleotide site differential between those two, and that simply means, entropy-driven means, are the mutations happening at sites that are slow to mutate? Or are they happening at sites that are fast to mutate? Because not all nucleotide sites mutate at the same rate. All the mutations between BA1 and BA2 were at slow to mutate sites. The distance between BA1 and BA2 was 5 years of evolution. So the challenge back to me by genomic scientists was, well, that's because COVID evolves fast. So I pulled down GenClad, pulled the entire cladistic inventory of COVID mutations, and saw that COVID mutates exactly at the same rate of all other 4 human coronaviruses, which is slow. It doesn't mutate fast at all. So that de facto answer that was handed to us was incorrect. There were 2 different Omicron viruses the day we discovered it, and they were 5 years mutated apart. So I put together the conspiracy. This would be connect the dots. This would be linear induction. Apologies, sometimes you do that. That Omicron existed in 2017. It was released commensurate with a whole host of other viruses. There were all coronaviruses, and China kept it quiet and then pretended that Wuhan appeared December 29th, 2019. And that Omicron didn't exist. And then when we found Omicron in November of 2021, we pretended it was brand new, and it wasn't. So the possibility exists that this carbon curve was depressed because the entire agricultural output of China had to shut down for a significant period of time under a coronavirus, a panoply pandemic of coronaviruses that occurred at that time. But anyway, that's a side observation. Regarding 1973, this blue curve here, these blue bars on the lower left panel, that's the infamous Gell-Mann curve. That's called the hockey stick graph. The inflection is the point at which a chart or a graph or set of numbers make a significant alteration in their trajectory. The inflection here occurred in 1973. Curiously, if you look, and this is the release, these are global temperatures. Curiously, if you look up here, this is the progression of the geomagnetic North Pole. It began its chaotic patterning in that same year, 1973. And then we have a team of individuals who are putting together descriptions of our polar motion, and I think Craig Stone did this one, put together an absolutely prescient graph here that shows a significant core and geomagnetic moment mismatch that occurred as a pulse in 1973. So we have an exceptional pulse that really was only matched in one other year, and then this current one right here. That's a little scary, but I'm cautioning, don't jump to conclusions on it. But we have a significant event that occurred right when the pole started taking off across the top of the Earth toward Russia, and right when the temperatures on the Gell-Mann curve had begun to escalate. And at the same time, the geomagnetic field, this is the velocity, I'm sorry, not the field strength, I have that in another chart. This is the measure of the actual velocity, geographic velocity. It took off like a banshee come 1973. So something happened in 1973, whether they're all connected, I don't know for sure, but we have to entertain the postulate. There's enough evidence here that we must consider it in the plurality. And we go back to Occam's razor. Plurality should not be posited without necessity. What we've established with these last couple charts is necessity, no doubt about it. Doesn't mean it's true, it's inductive, but we have the responsibility to examine it as a scientific community or a population community. In 2023, we had a strange event occur, and this really helped reduce down the challenge. This is called consilience under philosophy and the scientific method, where we have the intersection of multiple observations that agree and point in a certain direction. In 3 weeks of 2023, we introduced 40% of the entire climate change, temperature change since 2015. And think about that. 40% of the entire change in climate temperatures since 2023 arrived in just 3 weeks of 2023. Okay, well, it's a chaotic system and those things happen. It was El Nino. Well, El Nino, remember the first law of thermodynamics, the conservation of energy, both potential and expressed energy. El Nino has to get that energy from somewhere. It's not the origin of this heat. It's the channel of the heat, but it's not the origin. It's not an explanation. It's not a causality. So if we ask the question, where did this heat come from El Nino? And of course, whoops. I bumped us way back there. They shouldn't put these buttons so close together. So if I look at this heat's arrival, and I calculate what are called the ergs, which is the US system of physical energy measurement, particularly as it pertains to heat. If I calculate the ergs that are involved in this, if this heat had come through the atmosphere, as they claim, we would have lost a significant portion of mankind from the just being, there were several countries and regions that would have increased the average temperature for the year by 8 degrees Celsius. That's how powerful this heat signature was. There's no possible way it came through the atmosphere. Ding, again, climate change fails a significant deductive observation. That heat could not have come in that short a period of time through the atmosphere. So the second contention is, we've got a second candidate that has passed Occam's razor, and that's solar activity. There's a thing called TSI, total solar irradiance. Is it possible, one of two things could happen. Is it possible the sun put out a higher TSI? Well, we look back at I forgot the name of the satellite, the monitoring, and the answer was no. TSI from the sun is pretty darn fixed. It's a well-known budget figure in climate change, and its degrees of freedom is very tight. In fact, exceptionally tight as those types of measures go, physical measures go. So we pretty much know what the sun's TSI is, and we monitor it very, very heavily, very closely. The albedo of the Earth, the potential that we trap more energy. Again, that doesn't exempt itself from the atmosphere argument. If that heat had come through the atmosphere, either trapped by the sun's more infrared range of frequencies, or if it had come through just direct temperature increase in the atmosphere, again, we would have had a significant impact on mankind. 15% of the planet would be suffering and requiring a dramatic assistance from the remainder of the planet. So this could not have come through the atmosphere, or could not have come from up above. And it couldn't have come from mankind because we didn't amass all 18 years of economic activity in 3 weeks. So there's only one place where it hit me. There's only one place where this surge of heat could make its presence known, could channel through and arrive in our oceans. And this is called sea surface temperature. I neglected to mention that at the beginning, daily sea surface temperature. If that heat arrived in our oceans that rapidly, there's only one place it could come from, and that's from below the oceans. And that's a logical reduction or deduction there. So that observation is really what lit me off a lot on this course. As I look back through the Keeling-related heat curves that arrive each year, you can see that this is a repeating pattern. We'll have 1 year where an extraordinary amount of heat arrives, and then we taper off and retreat back from that surge. It's not how man's economic activity works. I've run economic models. I know how India and China's economic cycles. I've modeled them for clients. It's not how the US works. We do have some product shipping surges, and I've modeled those. That was part of what we modeled for the Chinese value chain strategy that my team did for Wang Qishan. But those models cannot in any way explain that surge or these surges. So what is causing these pulses is the question, the next critical path question in the sequence of logic. So we kept asking those questions, looking at the pulses, the pulse bands. And if you look at it, 2 observations derive from these pulse bands. Number 1 is that ocean currents speed up when these heat pulses arrive. Ocean currents come from the impetus of the kinetic energy that exists in the abyssal oceans, which is the deepest portion of the oceans. There are 3 segments of the oceanic structure or strata. The surface ocean, deep ocean, which sound like it should be the bottom, but it's the middle, and then there's the abyssal or abyssal oceans. That's about 4,000 to 6,000 meters globally. When that layer heats up, that's what speeds up, that's the impetus, that's the engine that drives the speed of global ocean currents. Now there are subsections of that, like the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Current or the El Nino Current, that will have their own velocity based on the kinetic energy in those segments of water, those currents. But when all the oceanic currents speed up simultaneously, that's a whole different thing. In fact, when we look at it, over the past 20 years, every single ocean current on the planet has sped up by 25%. And I looked at it in the tidal charts. We'll look at that in a second, and we'll show what that principle is. But metered with that was this observation, that as the heat arrived in the oceans, the SST temperatures, and that's these bands here, and I have these in full color and more detail on the website. I had to sort of reduce this down for the publisher. The publisher's like, these charts are too detailed, I cannot print them. And I'm like, I understand. But what we have arriving here is the ocean heat, and then immediately following that is an increase in temperature of the atmosphere. In other words, exactly the opposite direction. And it was consistent. It happened twice in 2023. The ocean heated the atmosphere. It wasn't the other way around. And then a second principle occurred as well in 2023. In March 2023, we had that large jump, a record temperature jump pulse, that 2023 pulse. 38 days later, carbon ppms made their largest jump in a long time, and I want to say in history. In other words, the temperature that arrived in the surface of the ocean precipitated the carbon release and not the other way around. So we have, by direct deductive observation here, especially with 2023, that made it clear. Prior to that, it was a little murkier. I got to hand it to them there. It's not as clear in the previous years. But in 2023, the signal was stark. The energy had come from below, and both the carbon dioxide ppms and the atmospheric temperature jumps were the result of the oceanic temperature increase that had come from below. That was a stark outcome for 2023, caught a lot of people's attention. I felt privileged to be the one to observe it, but I think maybe there are climate scientists who can't speak who probably saw this because they're close to the data. It's obvious. So I don't know why they're not speaking, but they don't. So, you know, as a navigator and a sailor, I spent a lot of time taking ships in and out of the various East Coast harbors and various international harbors. And one of the things you look for is mean low water, mean high water. And you want to plot that out because, like in Charleston, if you pull in, the mast of the ship will just barely clear the Charleston Bridge. And if you're officer of the deck, you're there like confident in your calculations. You're standing there and all the sailors are watching you and you're just like, yes, I'm sure of this. This is going to be good. We're fine. And the quartermasters are usually the cockiest people on the bridge. Mr. Cunningham, are you sure we're going to make this make it on the bridge? And I'm like, oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. And you're standing out there watching it, and there's this optical illusion. It's so you swear it looks like you're going to slam right into the bridge. And even if you run the numbers 10 times, it just scares the crap out of you. And then all of a sudden you see it going under the bridge, and you're like, oh God. But you can't do that in front of the bridge crew. You just stand there and go, see, we're fine. And I'm sure that's how many captains were born during World War II. But anyway, one of the variants in that calculation set, and you have to run it down in the, run it in the quartermaster's shack and do it many, many times, maybe even have people check your math, is the mean high water, the high tide water. But what's happened is, you know, of course, when we look at these NOAA stations, these tidal monitoring stations, sea levels have risen according to those tidal monitoring stations. There are various arguments as to why. But let's set aside that issue right now. And let's look at a secondary issue here. The variance between mean and low high water has changed. I'm like, what, how can that happen? And that's a problem because if I was going through the Bosphorus Straits under a bridge and I cleared it 3 years ago under mean high water, I may not clear it this time, even though I'm sure I could clear it because I've done it before. That's the problem with this dilation of the distance between mean high and mean low water. What would cause mean high water and mean low water to dilate like that? The answer is the local currents. The currents sped up. So when a current comes in 15, 25% faster, it ends up in a higher surge than it used to. And when it exits 15 to 25% faster, it ends up with a lower ebb than it used to exhibit. That's what causes the dilation between the high and the low. That is a bigger clue than the simple matter of ocean water levels rising. So what would cause that is the question that arises in the mind of a diligent investigator, a navigator. What would cause this dilation? It's the speeding up of our ocean currents. Now, when you calculate the energy required to speed up all of our oceanic currents by 25% in 20 years, the energy requirement is phenomenal. So much energy that if it was just delivered by temperature, we would lose our entire agricultural capability on the planet, except for in several favorable zones. So there's no way this energy, this kinetic energy to speed up these currents came through the atmosphere. Absolutely zero chance. Again, this is deductive critical path falsification. It's not suggestive. It falsifies the main tenets of climate science. So we depart from there and we start looking at maybe the cause that's entailed here. The error that climate science has made is what we pointed out yesterday, that they made an assumption in the climate budget as to the heat that is coming from geothermal activity. It's 0.087 watts per square meter. That number wasn't defined in 1880, but the principle was defined. And it's not that the number is wrong. It's that we ignore a thing called degrees of freedom. So we talked about the TSI of the sun. The sun is, I believe, 286 watts per square meter. This is a big number, so the sun is certainly big, but it stays affixed to that number all the time. The degrees of freedom, it doesn't wander from that number much. However, when we look at the heat that comes through the base of the ocean and underneath the tundra geographic regions of our planet, the degrees of freedom of that number are 10,000 to 1. In other words, there are hot spots all over the Earth that we haven't measured at all. In fact, when you look at what we've measured in terms of the actual output of geothermal energy underneath the ocean, we've only sampled 3% of the Earth's ocean bottom in casual surveys. We're missing 97% of the equation. So the argument that this thermos Earth argument, that energy that we saw yesterday is released from the core as it sloughs off that hexagonal close packed material and it converts to face-centered cubic, that argument is sound and is not addressed by climate change because we have chosen an appeal to ignorance. That simply means, that's a fancy philosophical term saying we ignored this subject. We went with our 1880 explanation and said, we're good, let's blame it on mankind, we're done. And that's what happened here. So what happens here is that we use a program called Argo to measure global temperatures in the ocean. And Argo is a fairly, it's a statistically significant sampling program is in the jargon. It fairly represents the ocean temperatures from 0 to 2,000 meters deep. That's the surface. Then from 2,000 to 4,000, I love that it's nice and even like this, 2,000 to 4,000, that's the deep ocean. Temperatures there, we don't measure them, but they haven't changed that much. Then we have a segment of the ocean called the abyssal ocean, and that's from 4,000 to 6,000 meters. We have not looked at that segment of the ocean at all, really. And that's the onus that's upon us. We only look at the top of the ocean, which is a derivative temperature. And we do not look at a potential origin for the temperatures that we're observing. And that's down here at the bottom, and I've got it earmarked here in the bracket to the right. 1890s, did I say 1890s there? It might be 1890s. So it's one of those two decades when we came up with this principle, thermos Earth principle.
The surest way not to find something is simply not to look for it.
So we never looked. We chose to ignore it, which means we appealed to ignorance in the philosophical jargon. So I went ahead and put together a chart that pulled down two of the most recent studies on the heat content, as it is called in thermodynamics. Check me on that, make sure my jargon is correct. In thermodynamics, the heat content in the abyssal regions of the ocean. So when we look at this, there's a study called the de Breier study that outlines the change in temperature from the period, and I've got the period outlined up here, 1993 to 2017. Significant period of kinetic temperature increase inside the oceans in general. The de Breier study curiously spotted that in the abyssal oceans, there was a significant temperature increase. But they didn't see it as a problem because the temperature increase was not that poignant, not that severe. But I disagreed with that because here's the problem. When you measure the temperature of the surface, it's at one point of elevation. All that temperature is concentrated basically 3 inches underneath the surface of the ocean, which is the same height in general, other than being an oblate spheroid, across the whole Earth. So all that temperature is concentrated at one measurement point. Of course we're going to see that. But when the temperature is distributed across the bottom of the ocean, and you can see what is called the hypsographic taper curve, that means the amount of water that is contained in those areas, you can see that the bottom of the ocean is an uneven, highly distributed band. It's a region, a range in which these temperatures can occur. So in order to compare these deep temperatures, or these abyssal temperatures, with the surface temperature, you have to do what's called normalization. And that's what I did. I pretended as if the bottom temperature was isolated to one 3-inch layer, just like the surface temperature or the abyssal temperature. And what we found here was a significant temperature increase in the abyssal ocean. But here's a second factor that complicates that even more, compounds that even more. That temperature turns over 4 times a year. So that bar should be 4 times longer than it is on this chart. But I couldn't advertise it that way because it wasn't part of the de Breier study output. I wanted to keep this discipline with the de Breier study output. So I took the de Breier's result and matched it to the NOAA published heat content change in zettajoules globally, and it matched exactly. In other words, they agreed. So what de Breier saw was that the abyssal oceans were heating significantly. NOAA agreed. And then when I look at the turnover of the abyssal oceans, which simply means when the abyssal oceans get hot, that water exits and it leaves and it goes to the surface. Hence, the speeding up of global or ocean currents by 25% over the last 20 years. That water turns over 4 times a year, so that bar should be 4 times longer than that, which tells me plainly that the heat is originating from below the abyssal oceans, deductively, through this series of critical path questions. Complicated chart, but hopefully that makes sense, that when we normalize, many times we get the true, clear picture. When we're not normalized, the picture is fuzzy, just like a camera that's out of focus. All we're doing here is focusing the camera. So when we look at it, this is the general picture. We have coming out of the asthenosphere, arguably a 15 to 20 degree hotter asthenosphere, which is the mantle, roughly, but it's a very thick. It's where volcanic lava comes from, the asthenosphere. That's 15 to 20 degrees hotter. Science is correct that most of that temperature does not make it to the surface of the Earth, but 1 or 2 degrees do make it to the surface of the Earth through thermal vents, through seamounts, through trenches. And that delta T, as it is marked here, immediately departs the abyssal region and goes to the surface and becomes climate change heat. So this is, on the left, we're depicting that principle here and showing the de Broglie's normalized heat content by layer. But on the right, there's a curious factor here, that when you take the centroid of the heat in the de Broglie study, the centroid of the heat is below the average bottom of Earth's abyssal oceans. How can that be? I'd put it another way, that means that the deeper we go in the abyssal oceans, the hotter it gets. But under the principle of compartmentation, another Navy principle here, those hot regions don't communicate with the surface. They only express outward, but they don't receive inwards. So those are not areas that can receive heat from the surface as climate change proposes. And if the heat is below those areas on average, that means QED, quod erat demonstrandum, the only possible origin for this heat is below the abyssal ocean. No ifs, ands, or buts about it, because the heat gradient is below, the centroid is below the average ocean bottom. So we waited with that sort of argument in stasis until we got a program called Deep Argo that was begun in 2022 in earnest. It's still only a couple hundred observations, so it's only in its infancy in 2022. When we looked at 2022 and compared it to 2023, there was indeed, the Deep Argo program, even in the limited sampling that they ran, indeed showed a temperature increase in the abyssal oceans. And so when I ran the total thermal energy, if I took this profile, extrapolated it out to all the abyssal oceans on the Earth, and then calculated the thermal energy entailed in that heat pulse, it equated to 95% of the sea surface temperature pulse that arrived that spring, the chart we looked at previously. In other words, the abyssal heat pulse that arrived in 2023 could fully explain from an energy perspective the heat that arrived at the sea surface and then into the atmosphere subsequently in 2023. So we looked at I guess the need to question the climate change doctrine under this. I hate doing that because I really, 20 years ago, I was solidly on the climate change side. I designed energy plants, waste energy plants, and one of the things that I was adamant about with my clients was that on the output side we put in what's called an economizer. And that simply means that when the emission stack blows its exhaust out, it goes through this series of pipes. And those pipes are coated with a carbon reactive compound such that it would extract 85 to 96% of the carbon dioxide out of the emissions. And that was important. The problem was only 2 companies that made it, and it was horrendously expensive. But at that time, the margins in energy would support that. So most of the clients agreed and said, yeah, let's go ahead and put the carbon scrubbing economizer in the design, and indeed we did. So over those years when we developed those concept designs for those power plants, where I was the engineer there, we spent tens, hundreds of millions of dollars invested in climate change. So I was a believer in it. The problem is when I go to look and tested it, I didn't find what I was hoping to see. So I developed this chart that basically shows the principle. 238 watts per square meter is the solar budget coming into the atmosphere. It's higher than that outside the atmosphere, but once it is net reduced by the Earth's albedo, it comes in at 238 watts per square meter. 0.087 watts per square meter is the old figure for geothermal budgets. Not big at all, but the problem is there's a 10,000 to 1 degrees of freedom applied in a 97% unobserved domain. That's a fancy way of saying we don't actually know this. So this is called by Thomas Kuhn in his Theory of Scientific Revolution, or whatever the name of the book was. It's called a taxonomic incommensurability. In other words, apples to oranges. The solar budget is apples and the geothermal budget is oranges. Therefore, we don't actually have a scientific argument. We have a social argument, but not a scientific one. So this is a formal refutation in Kuhn. Ideally, or conceptually, once heat comes up from the geothermal source, the tundra releases carbon dioxide, the oceans release carbon dioxide, the methane vents release methane. The sources of this carbon dioxide, that curve in the carbon dioxide that we saw in the temperature and carbon dioxide curve earlier, the reason it's accelerating is because the heat is accelerating the carbon out of multiple sources. That's why it's curved and not linear with the heat, with the temperature increase. So, this introduces the idea that, okay, if the heat is coming from beneath our feet, then how is it being originated? That's where we come back to this entire argument. And this I formulated while I was managing the exotic materials lab during those years. As you can see here, there's a place on the separation of the core and the mantle. That's the core mantle boundary. The area just above the core mantle boundary is called the D'' layer. That's our main candidate under ECDO theory for the decoupling, the point of decoupling. And we'll look again at those forces that keep us coupled right now and how when they are removed, we become a gyroscope. The D' layer is where this coupling occurs. And then we have the upper and lower mantle. We have the asthenosphere, the lithosphere, hydrosphere, and atmosphere. If I remember all the spheres that occur. So this is the standard model of how the Earth's distribution of mass is generally understood. So you've got inner core and outer core. That creates, those two together create the magnetic field, geomagnetic field, which then locks the upper portion, or what is deemed on here the H layer, where the olivine is. If you remember the magnetite that is the form of olivine that we discussed, it's highly magnetic. So there's a union between the inner and outer core and this band of olivine that exists up here that holds us in place magnetically during state one. So we just briefly look back. Remember, we've got viscous coupling between the core and the mantle. We have electromagnetic coupling between the core's magnetic field and the magnetite, the extensive amount of magnetite that's in the mantle, the olivine. We have Lorentz charge particle force that's holding the coupling in place, just like an electric motor. We have topographical coupling. And under ECDO theory, when the core sloughs off its material, it creates an infinite lubricant. So we lose number 4, and we lose number 1 when the sloughing occurs and the heating of the Earth begins to happen. And when we get a weakened GM field, we lose number 2 and we lose number 3. And number 5 is like 1% of the issue. So number 5 is easily overcome by the 3-moment mass of the Earth. So just touch on that. So when we look at this hexagonal close pack, again, that metal bar we had here was part of our studies there. Titanium. Titanium is hexagonal close pack in its native state. When you release titanium, and we had to do some of these tests in our reactors that were in our lab, when you release titanium and force it into this face-centered cubic configuration, it releases a massive amount of energy. Titanium is really odd like that. Titanium is light, but it's not strong. One of our tasks at the lab was to change the nature of titanium. In jet engines, we use titanium as the vanes which vector the thrust and allow the YF-22, or the F-22 now, to make these exotic turns. But that titanium is vulnerable. It's vulnerable to, you name it, it's pretty much vulnerable to it. Titanium is not strong, contrary to the implication in the name. The reason we use it is because it's extraordinarily light. And it's stronger than aluminum. Aluminum is light, but it's not very strong at all. It would melt in a directional vane very quickly. So titanium is our metal of choice. Well, what the Air Force and the Navy came to us and said, look, we're changing out these vanes every 6 months. It's an incredible cost. If you can change the nature of this titanium hexagonal close pack matrix such that it is hardened like your 304 steel that you've done here, then that's worth hundreds of billions of dollars, but even more so in terms of military readiness, the logistics required to support the control and vectoring components inside jet engines would change the nature of air combat. So that's what we worked hard on. So we studied hexagonal close pack matrices and how to get them to work with this interstitial solution that we had. But here we see what I believe is the cause, the origin of the geomagnetic field. You have in a hexagonal close pack array, you have what is called the right-hand rule. The E field moves like your fingers here. It moves in the horizontal plane. And when the E field is strong, the M field is perpendicular. The magnetic field is perpendicular to that. This is called the right-hand rule. And you can see it up here. So when the Earth's core is highly charged, and its magnetic field is strong, or its E field is strong, I'm sorry, then consequently its magnetic field increases at the same rate. So the question is, how does it cycle back and forth? We're losing the magnetic field right now, so we know we're losing this integrity, we're losing the E field integrity, we're definitely measuring that we're losing the M field integrity. What's causing that? And if the Earth's going to flip over, why wouldn't it just stay flipped over? What would make it flip back? That's where Ben's principle comes into play. The A and the phi scalar fields of the sun recharge this E field matrix inside the core. So this disarray that exists in the core, the loss in the hexagonal close pack alignment, so that the E fields are all parallel or to the horizon here, that goes away when we lose our M field. But when the sun recharges it, the E field gets strong again, and the geomagnetic field builds commensurate with that, and we go back into state one. In other words, the sun is a wireless recharging, conducting wireless recharging of our core. Hence the connection into the solar cycles that Ben has outlined. That's why our theories, they fit together well, at least conceptually at this point. So anyway, sorry to get too much in the theoretical physics there. There's the enthalpy, which is fancy word for heat coming out of this phase change. So the broader solution that we proposed is that climate change originates as a result of this transition of core material from hexagonal close pack form into face-centered cubic form, principally with the iron and also with the nickel that occurs there. So when we're sloughing material off this core up into the LLVP structures, that material is releasing an incredible amount of heat. And we already talked about the first and second laws of thermodynamics. That heat doesn't disappear, it has to go somewhere. And arguably, that's the origin of these anomalous heat signatures coming out of and through the abyssal oceans. So that's what sealed up ECDO theory on this. I won't go through this whole chart, but it's basically that enthalpy goes and rises to the surface, increases our output of methane. It forces carbon dioxide out of our alkane stores or crude oil stores that are way below what we can get to. And it all creeps up through the surface and becomes, and volatile organic compounds come from those oil reserves as well, and becomes the impetus of our climate change, the nonlinear relationship that we saw with the carbon curve. So that was ECDO theory. It all hinges, that's the phase chart for iron right there. We move from epsilon iron into, I believe it's gamma iron, if I remember the names correctly. But we're moving from hexagonal close packed to face-centered cubic, in essence. And that's what creates the boundary between the core and the mantle. And then that heat rises up through these structures. There's a color version of this on the website, but I had to use black and white for the book. But basically, all these sources of carbon dioxide exist under the ground and in the ocean. And when the heat arrives, it forces that it's called carbon forcing. That carbon dioxide is forced into the atmosphere. That's why in 2023, the carbon dioxide jump followed the heat signature by 38 days because it was carbon dioxide forcing. It wasn't the carbon dioxide creating the heat. And climate change missed this. So that's one of the central hypotheses to ECDO theory. So a theory comprises hypotheses. There will have to be some predictions that come from this hypothesis set as well. So now we transition and look at Giza. Giza is its own beast among all ancient monuments. So we know that we've identified 93 ancient monuments which bear obsequience to NP prime. Fancy way of saying they are so old they point at a former North Pole for that reason, for the reason of ECDO.
It is evident that since the onset of the Bronze Age, some intelligence concerning this pyramid threatens the powers that rule over us, terrifying them into committing despicable acts of pseudo-epistemology.
And I hate this type of conspiracy spinning because it's conjecture. And you need to make it clear that it's conjecture. But it is clear as it regards these ancient monuments, as it regards Göbekli Tepe, Karahan Tepe, as it regards Giza in particular, that there is some agency out there that doesn't want these secrets broken. And I hate to say that, but I think it's a fact. Now, why? The ultimate reason why, we can only speculate on that. But they have stood in the way of scientific progress. They have used these inferior versions of science to prove an answer that they had already invented in 1847 when Howard Weiss entered the chambers above the Khufu Pyramid's king chamber, the relieving chambers. They already had the answer in mind that they wanted in the early 1800s. But why? We didn't have the information in the early 1800s. Why would you invent the answer then? Surely you know as a scientist you've got to have a good sound basis of deductive evidence in order to create an answer, but yet we created the answer and then went out looking for the evidence. Giza helps us in this regard, that whoever devised Giza did so on 2 or 3 levels of intelligence. They patterned Giza such that we wouldn't understand it at face value. It would look like a curio. But inside it are messages that, once you understand ECDO theory, suddenly make complete sense, especially as regards the Khufu Pyramid or the Great Pyramid. This is what I call the tripartite observatory. Curiously, and this is after the fact, when you measure the angular distance between the shafts that come out of the Queen's Chamber and the King's Chamber, they're both at 104 degrees. But even more than that, the King's Chamber shaft, north shaft, points directly at our current Polaris North Pole, celestial North Pole. And the south shaft points dead on NP prime. And they're purposely bent off. If it was symmetrical and just happened to be 104 degrees, like the Queen's Chamber shafts, you could say it's an artifact, it's an accident. It's wonderful and curious, but I can't prove anything with it. But when you see the offset between the shafts coming out of the King and Queen's Chamber, suddenly that's called an authentication. That's deliberate. It's not an accident. Commensurate with that, we have 104-degree separation between the 2 shafts coming out of the Queen's Chamber as well, separated by 104 degrees, as we mentioned. But those shafts had copper cables running through the shafts. Why would they run copper cables through those shafts? And by the way, terminate them before you get to the surface of the pyramid. Yet the King's Chamber shafts ran all the way to the pyramid so they could, quote, look at the sky. It's a curious differentiation between the 2 chambers. It doesn't make sense that there would be that difference in burial of 2 different individuals. And what was the role of these copper cables? So let's table that. We'll look at that in just a second. There's a third chamber here. And it's an interesting chamber, the subterranean chamber. Okay, so they built a chamber that they wanted to have in secret to ceremonially bury Khufu in the king's chamber, but in reality put his sarcophagus in the subterranean chamber where nobody would find it. That's the part of the myth around this. What I propose here with ECDO theory is that this is not a burial chamber at all. And I put Arnold Schwarzenegger's picture up from kindergarten cop. He's like, it's not a tomb. I went to the kid who said he had brain cancer. And I put, it's not a tomba, T-O-M-B-A. This is not a tomb. That is a zombie theory. It is dead as a doornail. It walks around thinking that it's alive and that it's scientific when it is not. So I've called this the tripartite observatory, which just means there are 3 instrument sets that function inside this observatory. And the question is, what is it observing? What is it going to observe? There we go. So as we look at a document called the Atrahasis, one of the oldest renditions of the flood myth, there's a significant preamble to the flood, the description of the flood that describes the activities of the gods. And the gods were were some principal characters: Enlil, who is the chief god, then his half-brother Enki, who was a very powerful god but was not in full charge of, and then there was what was called the 50 Lamhu heroes, who fought a celestial battle along with Enki and Enlil, and unfortunately they lost, and they were sort of sequestered on earth for whatever reason, however you want to call that, cast down, condemned, embargoed to earth. For whatever reason, they were stuck here, and they were stuck with the difficult life that is entailed on living on earth. So in it, basically, Enlil's making a speech about the flood, Noah's flood, here to the 50 the council of the gods. They're called the Anunnaki as well in the Sumerian script. Zecharia Sitchin, famous books, you know, he made the term Anunnaki famous, actually. And Enlil says, as you know, 3 teams have been assigned to monitor the balance of the Earth's rotation. We, the Anunnaki, had unanimously agreed to this procedure to ensure the longevity of our habitation and way of life. An and Adad were tasked with the monitoring of the heavens, the celestial pole. This equates to the king's chamber functionality and the 104-degree spread between the shafts, looking at NP prime and NP. My team was responsible for observing the rumblings beneath the earth, what we know now as S waves and P waves. These are the noises that emanate off the core mantle boundary and the inner and outer core at times, the signal, the chaos that's occurring there. We listen in that frequency band, the S and P waves. And then finally, Enki's team, Enlil's half-brother here he's referring to, was assigned to deploy the cables of our protection and energize them with the beneficial energy and carefully monitor Earth's balance, the geomagnetic equilibrium. So to me, and this is inductive, it's speculation, it is not science. This matches well the tripartite observatory that I conjecture is comprised by the Khufu pyramid, those 3 observatories that exist in there. So somebody was using this pyramid to detect when the state 1 to state 2 rotation was going to occur. They were listening to the core, they were watching NP prime and NP, and they were monitoring the geomagnetic field strength of the Earth. So a compelling argument can be made that this instrument indeed existed and functioned. If we look at the Queen's Chamber, this would have been where Enki was supposedly doing his work. He would have been using these cables, these copper cables, and there was a pair of copper cables in the south shaft and one pair in the north shaft as well. They're evenly split, they're balanced so that the same angle exists on both sides. The 104-degree spread is there. Limestone in this frequency range is completely transparent to ionospheric and geomagnetic energy. Limestone was perfect for this. It's like glass in those frequency ranges. It looks opaque to us, but to a geomagnetic entity, you'd be able to see right through it. So if we look at this chamber, what came to mind was the possibility that if this was a geomagnetic monitoring station, that indeed the Queen's Chamber itself housed a control system. Now, when we look at the cables, the cable argument, a lot of people say, no, there were no cables in these shafts. There were cables in the shafts. And there are two reasons why we know this. Number one, the cable was hanging down from the door prior to the jetty project. I think it was the ECDO project that photographed the cable hanging from the door. Then when Zahi Hawass commissioned the jetty project 3 years later, his mission was to go in and grab that cable and remove it. He didn't want that seen. So that's what they did when they drilled this hole to look behind the door, and certainly that's a wonderful scientific endeavor right there in its own right. He had the team grab the cable and pull it off the door. But a conceptual sketch here is on the right as to what it actually looked like. Under corrosion rules, and I looked this up in my corrosion textbook that I kept at the material science firm, these copper cables would have dissolved in about 3,000 or 4,000 years, and almost in their entirety, even given the arid conditions and specific conditions of Giza. In a wetter climate, they would dissolve faster, but it would be about 4,000 years. These cables would no longer exist in the shafts, except for some remnants. And indeed, that's what we saw with the EthicalSkeptic project. We saw the cable as it was in situ on the left, and then with the jetty project, Zahi Hawass grabbed the cable so that it would be removed. However, an additional factor comes to light, and that Zahi Hawass was accused in Egyptian courts of stealing artifacts from the Khufu pyramid. And in the inventory list of what he stole, or misappropriated, stole is a big word, he was acting in the capacity of the Minister of Antiquities for Egypt, so he misappropriated. And in that inventory list was a set of copper cables that he removed from the Khufu pyramid. Those cases were wiped clean. I don't know whether he was guilty or not. I can't say that. All we know is he was charged, and then the cases were ushered out of existence. So we believe those cables existed here. May well match, and this is speculation, the tomography results, the syringes from Thomas, and then for some reason I can't remember his last name, the French scientist who's done the under the ground surveys on these syringes. This exists as a power plant, much in the case of what Chris Dunn has outlined. Chris Dunn, right? Yeah, Chris Dunn had outlined, except that this power plant, the power was used right there. It wasn't powering homes in Cairo. If you want to create power, and I've designed power plants and done the energy strategy for like Sierra Leone and Guinea, you don't make one big giant complex and then run the wires to everybody's homes. That would be rather dumb. If they made power here in this pyramid, it was used in that pyramid, and we'll look at the evidence why in just a second here. So our core of our argument begins at this Queen's Chamber and is centered around a principle of how limestone decays under heat. Limestone has two decay points as part of its material physics under heat, especially limestone like the backing stones on the pyramid that have seashells in it. Remember the concretion argument that we use for the backing stones. What makes them more durable and hard is it's concrete, it's concrete, yes, whereas the Tura limestone was cement. When those little critters and particles in the concreted limestone heat up above 900 degrees Celsius, a vitrification factor comes on that I call here leoparding, because it begins to pattern like leopard spots on the limestone. Once you increase the temperature and you get above 1300 degrees Celsius, you have an effect that happens called quicklime. And that's where the lime actually, it doesn't burn, it actually disintegrates. It goes back to its basic calcite state and forms a powder, and then that powder just literally crumbles off the limestone surface. As you can see here in the Queen's Chamber, and I got the chance to go in here with the guide that my client gave me. This is the East Niche Passage. It's this little shaft that runs out of the Queen's Chamber here toward the east. This is looking inward at it, and this is the niche itself. It's actually a chimney of sorts. And this is with your head in the chimney looking straight up at the ceiling. As you can see, the leoparding occurs on the base of these shelf areas, reverse shelf areas. The leoparding is strong, and the leoparding runs up to the ceiling and across the ceiling, and then does a nonlinear dissipation across the ceiling. In other words, it was heat. 100% it was heat. It was 900-degree heat across the ceiling of the Queen's Chamber, 1,300 degrees Celsius heat on the immediate exit out of the East Niche Passage, producing this quicklime effect right here. Now here's the principle. There are no combustion products in the Queen's Chamber anywhere, so it can't be heat from flame. I mean, you could argue maybe it's nuclear heat. Where do we produce 1,300 degrees Celsius? Can we get that directly from a nuclear reaction? A Rickover Navy man would know. But then you would have the signatures of the alteration of the isotopes in the limestone. We don't have that. The only thing this can be is electrical energy. Electrical energy is the only possibility to deliver this heat, this much heat. And the electricity was, with that much heat, it means the resistance was high, and under the equation V equals IR, that means the resistance was high, the voltage was low, and the current was extraordinary. But if the current was extraordinary, that's the circumstance where you use the energy right there on its demand. That means whatever this incredible source of energy came from, and we don't know where it came from, maybe by some device in the shaft, it was used right there in the chamber, based on the V equals IR principle there. In other words, we produced so much heat that we didn't really care. We were going to use that energy anyway. My argument is that possibly this heat was used to power a shunt coil, which is the principle in radio communications that allows you to tune and optimize antenna for the frequency band that you're examining to get the right, to receive the right signal or broadcast the right frequency. So this shunt coil right here is what I'm arguing was part of the solution here. And all this by the quicklime and leoparding decay. So that helped underpin my conjecture here that the Queen's Chamber was the monitoring of the Earth's geomagnetic field, the transparent limestone, the enormous amount of electrical energy. Some people have suggested maybe it was so much energy they were trying to shepherd the mantle and preclude the Earth's rotation. I don't know if we had that much energy in there. If we go to the subterranean chamber, we look at this pyramid as a focal cone, like a sound cone they used to use at NFL football games. You know, you could hear the coach all the way across the field. You nonchalantly have the cone pointing at the coach and hear the play they're calling, what they used to do in the 70s. The pyramid flipped upside down, and knowing that limestone is fairly transparent to these P waves and S waves, acts as a focal cone. And the receiving point of this focal cone, just like a satellite dish, is right here at the centroid of the focal axis of the entire cone. In other words, the subterranean chamber is not there by accident. So if you take the average wavelength of a P wave and S wave, and you give it a reasonable banding of what the range of P and S waves are, it's that blue band right there. In other words, it's dead center on the size of the pyramid. In other words, the pyramid was built this large because it was listening to S and P waves. And if you take the wavelength and do multiples of the wavelengths, that's the 1 lambda and 2 lambda, those would be the reflection points and harmonics inside this focal cone structure, they deliver a clean, clear signal back down to exactly the subterranean chamber. Compound with that, the subterranean chamber, they find traces of mercury. Why would we put mercury in the subterranean chamber? There's no possible use, ceremonial, symbolic use of mercury inside the subterranean chamber. But there is one piezoelectric use of mercury in the subterranean chamber, in that it will receive P wave and S wave signals and turn them into electric current for monitoring in a system. So we take that solution there and we see, well, you know, the subterranean chamber is just slightly off-center. Why would they? There's a reason that we'll see this, why they put the King's Chamber off-center. So these placement of these chambers are very deliberate at first, but the subterranean chamber is a little off-center. Well, if you take a look at the inner core here on the upper right, What they were doing here, I conjecture, is a thing called beam forming. In other words, by moving the focal cone centroid off to the right, they actually listened off axis. They were able to listen to the outer and inner core boundary, but yet still have a stable pyramid that was symmetrical to the Earth's gravity. They couldn't tilt the pyramid. That wouldn't work. The pyramid would crush itself under the FL and FF engineering stipulations that we talked about earlier. But by shifting the beamforming, the centroid that they used, they were able to listen off axis and hear, like a stethoscope, the heartbeat that exists right at the Earth's core mantle, or inner core and outer core boundary. I thought that was an extraordinarily smart approach, if indeed this is what they've done. Now, we talked about authentication. And this was a wonderful artifact that the designers of the pyramid used here. If we look at it, the Earth's geographic center bisects the 104-degree angle. We mentioned that earlier. Nice little curio right there, right on the 31st meridian. And the Khufu pyramid is 8 degrees of latitude south of that geographic center of the Earth in Giza. And I'm like, what an irritating thing to have happen. Just stick the pyramid at the center and run the shafts pointing each way. But here's what they did. By splitting the two and differentiating them between the king and the queen's chamber, you can see that the king's chamber represents the Giza pyramid, and the shaft angles are adjusted for NP prime and NP from the perspective of Giza. Conversely, when we look at the queen's chamber, the shafts are aligned to NP prime and NP from the perspective of the geographic center of the Earth. In other words, this is an authentication technique. They're showing the differentiation between the latitude of Giza and the latitude of the Earth's geographic center. Then finally, before we leave this section, this is an observation I made years ago, and I call it the penultimate stone. In the Queen's Chamber South Shaft, these shafts run out from the Queen's Chamber and King's Chamber. The South Shaft has a stone at the very end. It was right before, where we had that copper cable hanging. And on that stone shaft, it's on the ceiling of the shaft, there is a star field chiseled into that stone. And the star field is of the North Sky. Woo-hoo, all right. So let's take a look at that North Star field. And let's go into the conjecture that they use this stone functionally to align the shaft to celestial north. So as you depict that, you can see here, under that conjecture, that the constellations around the North Pole, Ursa Minor, Ursa Major, Draco wraps its tail around the North Pole, boats, Cephas, can't read them, but I remember the name of it, but anyway, all the constellations. If you take the bottom center as the reference point, or the true north point on this stone, that position on the precession of the equinoxes equates to 9,200 BCE. So the conjecture I made was that this stone was used much like a stadimeter in the Navy, that you put a mirror on the stone and you have the North Pole to your back, and the stone has the chiseling of the stars in the North Sky at a particular time, and you put a mirror there and you get the two to match up. You get Cephas to match up, you get Cassiopeia to match up, that was the one I was forgetting. You get the Big Dipper to match up, the Little Dipper to match up, and you know when you get them all to match that your shaft is pointed directly true north. In other words, that's how they aligned these pyramids so exactly to true north, was they used this stadimeter principle that navigators use in the Navy. And that's why they had to have this stone at the very top of the shaft at all times. They kept moving it up. And it depicts the North Sky so that the foreman can every night align the shaft to true north. But here's the problem. This shaft points southward. They have a true north sky pointing directly southward, which would have been the condition of the sky under State 2, under ECDO theory. That one struck me hard. But a secondary aspect of this observation is 9,200 BCE. as the date that this pyramid was constructed. To me, that fits better the ontology of this pyramid, if I'm using the term correctly. The origin of this pyramid would come right after the Ogygian flood deluge that was described by Solon. The Ogygian flood was not the flood of Noah, it was the one 12,000 years ago. Ben decided the cycle of 12 and 6, maybe a major and minor harmonic, Ben. That would have been the major harmonic. And so the pyramid would have been built immediately after that as either a detection mechanism or a message or both. And we still ended up with the flood of Noah regardless. So hopefully that's not good news. So it points to the south. It shows the north pointing to the south in 9,200 BCE. So that's a point that I use in the schedule that I put together. So diligence and reckoning. This will be a very short section because it's all outlined in the book. It's somewhat tedious, less presentation oriented. Just suffice to say,
If science won't conduct the experiment, society will force the experiment. One can only embargo an idea for so long.
one can only embargo an idea for so long. This doesn't require me to push ECDO theory. It's moving far faster than I can push it. It doesn't need me to push it. It just required a little bit of a defense at the very beginning, but now people are moving faster than I am at like Charles's work over here. I'm like, holy cow. But if science won't conduct the experiment, use the broader definition of the word experiment in this context, then society will force the experiment. We want to know, even if science doesn't, even if science is defending the syndicate, we as a population, we own this. This is our property. This is our intellectual property. This is our legacy, our history. And if science is serving a cabal that is terrified of this subject, then science needs to be demoted. And the public will take over this discourse and this argument. Sure, there'll be a lot of missteps and error in that, but that's the breaks of the game. It's much better than obfuscation and oppression. So if we look at the Epic of Gilgamesh, I hope you don't mind if I read it a little bit. This is Utnapishtim describing to Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh has made a 14-day journey to the east, to the land of Dilmun, which is the land of the rising of the sun. And he finally found, with the help of a barmaid that he met along a river delta, which I argue is the Indus River, mouth of the Indus River, she finally told him where Utnapishtim lived, and he wanted to find out how Utnapishtim obtained eternal life. So he finally found Utnapishtim, and after they got some rest, after portaging the river, up the river, Utnapishtim says to him, I will reveal to you, Gilgamesh, a thing that is hidden, a secret of the gods. I will tell you. Ea, or Enki, the clever son of Anu, was bound by an oath with the Anunnaki, so he repeated their knowledge of the coming deluge to my reed house and said, reed house, wall, wall, were you to speak with him, say to the man of Shirapuk, the son of Ubartutu, tear down your house and build a boat, because a flood was coming. So that stated day had arrived. In the morning, Shamash let loaves of flaming bread, tephra volcanic bombs, some editions say flaming, tephra volcanic bombs shower down. In the evening, a rain of wheat, tephra, ash, or lapilli. These are both volcanic effects that arrived on the same day as Utnapishtim observed. I watched the appearance of the weather. The weather was frightful to behold. I went into the boat and sealed the entry. Just as dawn began to glow, there arose from the horizon a black cloud. And so if he saw it in the morning with the rising of the sun, odds are the clouds were in the west. Just to the west of this region, of course, is the African caldera. There are 25, 26 volcanoes right there that we monitor as part of ECDO theory. That's where he saw this pyroclastic cloud floating in the sky. It was a sight to behold. Saw it in the dawn horizon. Thunder rumbled inside of it. Before him went a dark squall and lightning with a large pyroclastic maelstrom going out over the mountain and land. The Anunnaki lifted up their torches, setting the land ablaze with their flare. The stunning shock of the maelstrom overtook the heavens and turned to blackness all that had been light. then all the land suddenly shattered like a clay pot. We talk about those striations, tectonic striations, which all have the focal point right on the Euler axis points on the Earth. Shattered like a clay pot, the land, in one day. All day long, the south wind blew, blowing fast, inundating the mountain in water. That was the mountain of Susa. It's not really a mountain, it's more like a sand dune, but they called it a mountain. Overwhelming the people like an attacking army. No one could see his fellow. They all perished. The ocean sietched. When you get in your bathtub, the bathtub water will shift back and forth for a while. That's called sietching. That's what the oceans did for 7 days after this 2-day event where the earth shattered like a clay pot. And that was the description that Utnapishtim gave to Gilgamesh. Whether it's faithfully rendered, we don't know for sure. So I put together a timeline that this represents, and that's up at the top of this chart. And you can see here the orange section is the days of kinetic terror. The earth shattering like a pot, the tephra bombs, the lapilli, the land set ablaze. The land shatters is almost the last event in all of this. So we have significant volcanic activity, and all of a sudden we have the tectonic shattering point, which introduces then 7 days and 7 nights of tumultuous oceanic activity, until finally people can emerge from whatever habitation they're in. If we look at the 175 global flood myths, the plurality of them, not the majority, the plurality of them match this 9-day period. They tell the same story that Utnapishtim tells. The Bible doesn't match. It focuses on the rain, which I think is maybe a mechanism to make it a little more simple and palatable to a broader audience. Because how do you sell this story to an ancient? And I don't really know how you do that. But I think that the preponderance of myth, they agree with both the Atrahasis epic and the epic of Gilgamesh, and according to this timeline. Oh, there we go. So if we look at the timeline, and this is a question that many people ask, we talked about it a lot here today. This is a lot of detail. Some of it is conjecture. It's the best guess that I have currently in each case. This is subject to modification. So this version was on March 5th, I believe it was, of this year. But basically it cites 2 intervals, so you don't have to look at all the detail on it. It cites that, yes, there's a major and minor expression of this state 1 to state 2 rotation. If you look in Herodotus, what the priests of Ptah communicated to Herodotus was that the sun has moved 4 times during the inception of the tracking that the priests were custodians over the records. It said twice it had moved from its setting to the point of its rising, and twice it had moved from its rising to the point of its setting, which means 2 ECDO events, 4 solar movements. That's the same thing. And they said that had been in the last 11,700 years. It matches well Solon's reputed dating of the flood, the deluge of Ogygian, and the deluge of Deucalion in his tradition. So it shows as items 1, 2, and 3, 4 in the green and purple there in the bottom panel. If we relate that to the precession of the equinoxes, which some theorize is the cycle of cataclysm for the Earth, it suggests a 6,443-year cycling of this deluge, maybe a strong one, and 6,443 years later, maybe a milder one. But if we killed 19 of every 20 people, that's still pretty darn strong, even on that second one. But as you look back, there's an interesting effect that we saw at Göbekli Tepe, in particular Pillar 43. When I worked to decode Pillar 43, I disagreed with Sweatman. What was it? Marvin Sweatman, I think is his name. Did some work on decoding Pillar 43, which is called the Vulture Stone at Göbekli Tepe. It suggests that an event occurred here commensurate with the Helena-Pali geomagnetic excursion, 14,800 BCE. So if we take that 14,800 BCE point, the Solon advertised deluge of Ogygian at 9,600 BCE, and then the Noah Deucalion flood, or epic, at 4,400 BCE, we end up with an interval of 5,200 years. thought that was curious. But we've already surpassed that interval. I guess that's good news. So the bottom line is all we have left in the proposed cycling is a 6,443-year interval, which ends in 2030, right there. But I put the note there, that is not a prognostication, it's not a forecast, it's only a mathematical calculation. Don't panic over it. Now, it does agree with Ben, somewhat Ben. So I give it credence more because it agrees with Ben than my calculation, so just take that with a grain of salt. The final things we see here, the 19 out of 20 people being culled around 5,000 BC to 4,400 BC, we can't ignore that. Under a hypothesis duty to address and inform, a hypothesis must explain that. It can't ignore it. The Fourth Dynasty hypothesis is nowhere near touching that subject. It only explains part of the story. So those are the major highlights in here, other than geomagnetic excursions, some extreme temperature increases, trying to match those with the ECDO theory here. They don't all match up, and some of this is bound to be wrong, but we'll keep improving it into the future as information gets better. But that's our timeline, and it's where I'm somewhat sympathetic to the 2030 claims. I see where this originates in some part. And if we look at it here, if we're tipping into a geomagnetic excursion, which I call here the Gauss geomagnetic excursion in honor of Henry Gauss. We used to degauss our ships down at this range near Puerto Rico. That was always fun. You get to go into Puerto Rico and drink for 2 or 3 nights while the ship got zapped with electromagnetic energy. But that would be the major highlights of this chart. It's in full color at the website, so you can see it better than here. And of course, in the book, it's black and white, so the publisher's like, we couldn't barely see it. Diligence and reckoning, I don't want to go through all of these. The predictions are a couple pages worth of predictions. The significant one is the prediction that ancient monuments should somehow act under the desperate motivation to communicate this NP prime principle, or SP prime. Some point to SP prime, same thing. And indeed, it's 24 here, but it's actually number 34 on the website. But indeed, that's what we observed. And then the 35th one we'll talk about. There's actually another one with an observation on the AMOC current, but 35 predictions, so far 34 satisfied. We're well on the way to the 35th one. I asked ChatGPT to digest all the objections into these categories. And so we looked through emails, we looked through ex posts, boiled it down into 7 basic objections. There's more detail in the book on this. This is just a summary of it to digest here. The first one, and it's put in ChatGPT's lingo here, which I didn't understand it fully when I first saw it. Dependence on an unresolved core mental boundary condition, which is a fancy word to saying your sloughing principle is yet to be proven. And I'm like, well, yeah, that's the way hypothesis works. I didn't finish the job by myself, you know. So that is not applicable because it's relevant, but it's not salient, and there's a difference there. The way you keep a scientific team focused and effective in an organization that delivers science is you keep them focused on salient activities, not mere relevance. So it's relevance. We're not there yet. So yeah, you can raise the objection, but what are you doing? You're not helping anybody. Just making yourself look smart. It's a given. That's where we are. Physical, methodological, and constraint, it's a heteroductive synthesis. It simply means we're making observations that run counter to the narrative, hence the word hetero. It's ductive, in other words, we're conducting inference with this, and I argued back, and ChatGPT agreed, we're using abduction and deduction and induction, but it still said under the method of science it's heteroductive, which means we're running counter to the narrative. That's where we are. So yes, it's an objection. In other words, scientists don't agree with you. When people online say, scientists don't agree with you, I'm like, well, how can they agree or disagree? They haven't even heard it yet. So that's another feckless statement. It really means nothing. It sounds good, but it means nothing. Observational constraint, lack of direct diagnostic measures, absolutely. But we have the Deep Argo program underway now, so that will be solved. That's a critical path, salient issue. So number 3, absolutely valid, totally salient. Number 4, epistemic constraint, identification of true polar wander in deep time. That's a fancy way of saying, can we see it in the past in Earth's geologic record? I contend that we can, through the work that Craig Stone has done. But it's absolutely salient. I think it's solved. Methodological constraint, absence of peer review. Oh, yawn. It's like going to a 5-year-old who's at, their Little League game. Well, I don't see you with a World Series win. It's like, come on. How arrogant can you get? We're not near peer review. It's relevant, but it's not salient. It's almost insultingly puerile. It's childlike in its contention. Then the objection was made that the fluid nature of the mantle, we already addressed this morning, not yesterday, that the mantle, yes, it's a viscoelastic fluid, but just like when you jump off a bridge, water doesn't save you if you hit it at 180 miles per hour, whatever our terminal velocity is of a human body. It's still a brick wall. Same thing here is when the planet rotates inside 7 days, it's a solid. It's not a liquid in the least. So that is, again, it's a feckless, not even relevant statement in this case, but it's an objection that doesn't have applicability. And then finally, the Janabekov effect doesn't apply to Earth. It can't cause this. Absolutely true, but we never said that it did. The oversimplification, straw man said that we said that, but we're only saying that the Janabekov pathway is the pathway of least resistance, and we do have to cite that because it's an important principle. It's why the rotation is disciplined of the 31st meridian. So it is important, but it didn't cause the rotation. So only 2 of these end up being salient concerns, and really that defines our next steps as a theory, as a scientific endeavor. We have to resolve items 3 and 4 on this chart, and we lay that methodology out a little bit, allude to it in the book a little bit.
Well, Roger, I must admit that you have assembled a noteworthy and compelling first argument here. It has a long way to go yet, but that is understandable, since you have just introduced it, so I will bag any complaints about lack of peer review or needs ongoing study on the part of real scientists, and some such crap. Those are simply deflections at this point in the scientific process. What you have done here is, as you have claimed, to have introduced the hypothesis set into the scientific discourse. As the theory sponsor, that is your job right now. Whether or not the theory proves out remains to be seen. I am going to have to place my confidence in your overarching theory at around 40% for now. But do not be dismayed. 40%, given the state of development we are in here, is damn fine confidence, ranking among an equivalent viability of some of our most revered scientific thinking. A long way to go yet, but I have to admit this is one hell of a start. Congratulations.
So ECDO theory, in closing, ECDO theory does not ask for belief, the illegitimate roommate that we talked about this morning. It petitions for a disciplined examination of novel and necessary ideas. It portends a shift into a new knowledge. Thank you for listening to presentation number 2. I'd mentioned like 4 or 5 times yesterday the elements of hypothesis, and I wanted to at least run through those today. Oh, a touchpad is tough with a scroll bar. Let's see if I can scroll that way. Oh, good, good. So we're going to go through this article here that is called A Curious Astrological Confluence. It's primarily about a monument built in Turkey called Nimrut Dağ. But we'll go through what that entails here in a second. But I wanted to look at the 7 elements of hypothesis. These elements of hypothesis are assembled from works of 3 or 4 different philosophers. They're not something I made up out of a vacuum. And principally Karl Popper, the statement of what constitutes a hypothesis by Wikipedia at the time, and then 2 or 3 other prominent philosophers and scientists. So, in fact, here we go. One of whom, I describe the sourcing here, one of whom is Theodor Schick and Louis Vaughan, Karl Popper. So this is not something I made up, although I will say that I critiqued the work of these philosophers because I felt like it was incomplete. After managing the Material Science Research Corporation, you have just about every curveball thrown at you that you can possibly get. Most of it from the board of directors because they're usually pretty insistent and persnickety since it's their money in theory. But here we go. Now we got it. Yeah, I can do it from the list here. So the first element of hypothesis, just to satisfy curiosity on this, is the construct that you present. Construct, remember, is an idea that is not yet a hypothesis. The construct that you present must have necessity behind it. In other words, I can't propose that Mars is populated by, a 10 billion army of 12-foot hairy people just out of the vacuum and call that a scientific hypothesis. There's just no necessity for that. Now, some people may say, well, there is necessity. If you're able to find the observations which pique that as a construct that surface it as necessary, then yes, that would be the first element of hypothesis. But just any idea that we can come up with is not necessarily a construct based upon necessity. So that necessity is that first hint that Occam's razor demands, as we reviewed yesterday. Plurality should not be posited without necessity. That's the essence of this first statement here. The second is Wittgenstein, definition and defined domain. That's Ludwig Wittgenstein and his philosophy, Tractus Cell Philosophy or something, I forget the name of the two documents. They were very prescient, very insightful modifications to standing philosophy inside science in the early 1900s. And I call the violations of this Wittgenstein error and the tests of neologism, creating new ideas out of a vacuum. When you define something, you've got to be very precise in your terminology and the domain which you're addressing, so the subject domain which you're addressing. So that's your first duty inside the development of a hypothesis. So when someone says, causes a pole flip, that's a violation of Wittgensteinian constraint. In other words, that's not a hypothesis, even though we're talking about pole flips, but the simple phrase, pole flips, is not constrained under a Wittgenstein definition and domain. So that's part of the onus of a hypothesis, the requirement of a hypothesis. Parsimony versus prior art. We cited prior art yesterday. You've got to look and see what is the body of work that has been done by scientists researching this in the past and amateur researchers, lay researchers in the past. And parsimony means if my convention adheres to their work, I need to conservatively extrapolate or increment from that prior art. You don't want to get too outlandish in your work. Probably one of the weaknesses of ECDO theory is it extrapolates from prior art pretty far, further than a typical hypothesis. But ECDO theory is not a typical hypothesis. Its potential comes from it having been obfuscated in the past. So it's a little bit of an anomaly versus the normal scientific hypothesis. Its reach, explanatory reach coming out of the box is an exception because the playing field has been tampered with to begin with. So that's why, the ECDO theory tends to have a little bit of a broad reach in terms of this third requirement. I mentioned it probably 5 times yesterday, duty to reduce, address, and inform. If we find marbling in the foundation stones, the limestones underneath the pyramid, and conjecture that marbling has come from earthquakes, that's inductive evidence. When you develop a hypothesis, you don't necessarily have to serve that observation because it's inductive, it's suggestive. It does not place a burden on every alternative out there. However, when we look at the erosion band that exists on the Khafren pyramid, that's deductive evidence. It's undeniable, it's exceptional, and it must be addressed by any hypothesis, including the Khufu 4th dynasty hypothesis that says that because of the Leo Stela because of a couple depictions of Egyptians hauling stone on wet sand or rolling timbers. Therefore, Khufu built the pyramid, and there's nowhere where Khufu says himself that he built the pyramid. If you venerate that as a hypothesis, you have to address the erosion band on Khafre because it's deductive. So the deductive evidence is part of that burden of the duty to address and inform. So if you don't do that, you don't actually have a hypothesis. So when I talk with people about the Fourth Dynasty narrative of the Old Kingdom in 2540 BCE, Khufu built the pyramid in 20 years, which did not happen as a construction engineer. I know he didn't build the pyramid in 20 years, and he did not build it via a ramp. Ramps are horrible ways to build pyramids, and there are a number of reasons why. But the pyramid, that hypothesis is what I call a zombie theory. It's dead, but it's walking around pretending that it's alive. It's a pseudo-hypothesis. That's conveniently in the article here. And then a hypothesis is based on intelligence, not just data. And this alludes to p-hacking. If I go out and find a correlation between athlete's foot and heart disease, my temptation is to run around in front of that and develop a mechanism to explain it, and then put that out on the market, put a lot of jargon in it that peer review reviewers will accept, and get that study published, because what I did was I was p-hacking. I saw an anomaly in the statistics, developed an explanation for it, and published a study. Now, the study's inductive. I'm not claiming it's final proof, but I build my credential on spotting an anomaly in the statistics. That's basing the hypothesis on data rather than intelligence. And as an intelligence professional, there are probably three levels. You have data is transmuted, data is denatured into information, and information is transmutated into intelligence. Intelligence is the first time that you've brought the consilience or the concomitants, these are the philosopher's terms, to bear in order to derive true knowledge. So your hypothesis has got to be based on intelligence, not just data. P-hacking is symptomatic of just basing an idea on the data alone, and that's a mistake that we made all through COVID. We enforced policies that were detrimental to the public, basing it on data alone. They were not true analytical hypotheses. We have to describe the mechanism. When we talk about ECDO theory, we're fairly precise on mechanism. When we define the 5 elements that couple the mantle and the core, that was necessary first, but it probably was in more detail than we could really justify just yet. However, the mechanism, our mechanisms were the sloughing or the melting off of the core material, number one, and secondly, the degradation of the geomagnetic field. Those 2 elements as a mechanism explain the dissolution of all those factors that couple the core and the mantle. So there we describe the mechanism. Is that mechanism 100% right? The odds are likely not, that there has to be some modification therein, but that may happen 100 years from now. The mechanism is still valid, is still useful for the construction of this hypothesis. So ECDO satisfies this point number 6. And then finally, of course, exposure to accountability. Incremental risk versus past prior art. That means that if we take prior art, we take our conjecture and bolt it onto that prior art, we're going to have to make predictions as to what that pathway entails. And indeed, ECDO theory, we make 35 predictions, and they come true. It is not normal for a hypothesis to make 35 predictions 2 years out the gate and have 34 of them confirmed. That's not normal. Again, we got a little bit of an exception here because of the efforts, extensive efforts that were undertaken to obfuscate this principle. So those are the 7 elements of hypothesis. Since I mentioned them so much yesterday, I thought I'd run through those with you. But now what we want to look at, the scrolling is slow, is a different message, a different hypothesis. And I really looked at this last night. I ran through it quickly. It's called a curious ancient astrological confluence. And like I was saying, I wore my white shirt today to play good cop in contrast with wearing my black shirt yesterday. Hopefully this is a little bit more positive story, but it doesn't have the underpinning that ECDO theory has in comparison. However, when we look at it, it actually meets all the 7 elements of hypothesis. So it is a hypothesis. My opinion has been, and I'm going to publish this in a book in October 2027, and just in time for the holidays in 2027, but my opinion of this has been, self-assessment of it has been, it's not a true hypothesis, it's strong speculation. It's a cool idea backed up by some pretty interesting anomalous evidence gathering and intelligence, but that doesn't qualify it as a full scientific hypothesis. But actually last night as I was looking through it, it actually is a hypothesis. I just don't want to flag it that way too early. It's got to have some more maturity. But basically, what we are, let's see, I may want to get my mouse out. This is a little better than the, because we're going to open these pictures with a mouse click here. Get it go in there. There we go. Ta-da! Open image, new tab. There we go. Now we can zoom in on it. We're going to talk about this nation called Cunningham. I think it's Cunningham. I've heard it pronounced 3 different ways, and of course, I think everybody would be at a loss on the true pronunciation. This was ruled by Antiochus I and was somewhat akin to Switzerland in terms of its relationship with the Osrhoene Empire, the Parthian Empire, and the Roman Empire at that time. The period of time that we're talking about here is from 110 BC to about 10 AD. So it's just at the end of the age of Pisces, just at the end of the age of Aries as we transition into Pisces. Nominally, that transition, depending on the astrological basis, occurs anywhere from 1 AD to 25 AD to 100 AD, just a little bit of playroom between those 2 ages in the zodiac. And Commagene was ruled by an individual who called himself Basilis Magus. And that simply meant the custodian of the wisdom of the Magi. It's interesting, an interesting title here. He had a longer title that involved the word epiphany and rule, and I won't even go to it. The short title was Basilis Magus. So that does the job. The keeper of the custodian of the wisdom of the Magi. So Antiochus I had inherited a lot of the Magi wisdom that came out of the Parthian Empire, which would be Persia, under the Media-Persia construct in the Bible. The wisdom that had come from Mesopotamia, and the wisdom that had come out of Greece, which of course the Greek Empire predated the Roman Empire here. And curiously, the 3 wise men that were the Magi of repute were Zoroastrian, which would equate to the ancient form of the Persian religion, Avestan. We'll mention the term Avestan, A-V-E-S-T-A-N. That's the first religious philosophy that emerged after the state 2 back to state 1 rotation under ECDO theory in 4400 BCE. Avestan philosophy originated within 200 years of our return to state 1. So it is, Avestan philosophy is the original, I don't want to call it a religion necessarily, but it's the original philosophy that mankind worked with prior to Sumer, prior to Akkadiya, prior to the Indus Valley civilizations, prior to the Vedas, most of the Vedas. There's some portions of the Rig Veda that are supposedly date to 6000 BCE, but most of the Vedic literature, prior to certainly Islam, the Abrahamic religions, Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. So that Avestan philosophy we're going to lean on heavily here. But Commagene also was curiously positioned at the end of the Taurus mountain range. And this star here, this observatory called Nimrut Dag, was the prize possession, the prize observatory, the prize Herothelion, as Antiochus called it, in his kingdom. And as keeper of the wisdom of the Magi, he positioned this observatory at the last tallest mountain that looked eastward in Turkey, in Anatolia, Turkey. But one thing I want to point out here, and I've spent some time going through Turkey. I did a strategy for United Colors of Benetton, Çarşı stores, a couple other stores and consumer goods manufacturers in Turkey and Istanbul, and then traveled through what is called Anatolia. Istanbul is on the European continental side, and when you cross the Bosphorus, you end up in Anatolia. The word Anatolia in Greek means the east. So if you think back to the traditional, the biblical tradition, the wise men said, "Behold, we have seen his star in the east." Most theologians interpret that as we saw his star in the eastern sky. But what they're saying in that phrase in the Greek is, "Behold, we observed his star while we were in Anatolia," because Anatolia means the east. Kamagene Nimrut Dag, this mountain that is at the end of the Taurus mountain chain and looking eastward so that it can see a very broad horizon of stars and the horizon, is one of the key spots in Anatolia, the east. So we bear that in mind first before we assail this subject. As we look at the region, this is the the Google Earth map for the region, and I call it the Four Rivers region. And there's a reason for that, other than it just trivially being four rivers, because the tradition that is outlined in the Bible is that there were four rivers that circumnavigated the Garden of Eden. The Gihon, the Pishon, the Tigris, and the Euphrates. Well, those rivers, only two of the names are preserved today, but one of the key things was that the Gihon flowed around the land of Havilah, in which there was much gold. And of course, we have that in the Khabur River that is just to the east of this. If you look at this green square artifact in southern Turkey here, is just below Nimrut Dag. That is called Padan Aram, or the field of the Aramaeans. And Aramaic, of course, was the second principal language behind Hebrew, spoken in especially Israel and portions of Judah and Jerusalem during the time of the transition from Aries to Pisces, the time that we're talking about here, that 110 BC to 10 AD. The second river that we consider here, the Pishon, was a river that flowed through and watered the entire garden. And then, of course, the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers as well. I contend, under speculation, that these are the four rivers spoken of in the Bible. Supporting that is the Arabic, or the Islamic description of where Eden supposedly resided. And they said, it says in the scriptures that Eden resided between the headwaters of the Tigris and Euphrates River. So accordingly, the Islamics did not regard Eden as residing down near Ur or the Persian Gulf, as many of our theologians do and historians do. They saw Eden as residing up toward more of the food sources for the kingdoms of Sumer and Akkad. And in fact, when you look at Padan Aram, it's an enormously fertile plain. It's just to the east of the Khabur Fertile Valley, where the big 14 plants and animals that are domesticated by man all originated in that green swath here that is just to the east of this rectangle. So, and I don't remember all the big 14, but it's cats, dogs, oxen, cattle, horses, pigs, chickens, garanga wheat, ancient wheats, corn, rice. The big 14 are the domesticated plants and animals that man skillfully developed around 6,000 BC, 6 to 9,000 BCE, and we've never domesticated another plant or animal since. And all of them, for the most part, either originated in the Khyber-Fertile Valley, or significant argument can be made that that was the first appearance of that industry, component of industry on the use part of mankind. A curious intersection of skills that we've never been able to replicate since. We do know how to genetically modify now, but that's not the same thing as domestication, the true domestication. For instance, pigs have no genetic ancestor. There are some distant relatives in South America, but pigs appeared really out of nowhere here in the Khyber-Fertile Valley, bearing over 500 SNP sequences that they share in common with humans. So the bridging of that pathway between the human genome and pigs and cows, very similar principle as well, 100 different SNP regions that are shared between humans and cows. Of course, there are theories that, we can share that through common consumption and habitation patterns over time. I think that was specified in a book called Darwin's Radio, if I recall. But it's curious that the majority of man's technology as an agricultural and farming institution originated in this Khyber-Fertile Valley. Jared Diamond in his work, Pulitzer Prize-winning work, Guns, Germs, and Steel, outlined the rather curious emergence of the Big 14 in the Khyber-Fertile Valley. But if we look just west of there, we have this rectangle. That's not necessarily farming per se, but it is an agricultural, very bountiful agricultural garden, if you will, called Padan Aram. So we keep those two things, this juxtaposition, curious juxtaposition between Nimrod Dog, the temple, the Heracleion of Antiochus I, and this Khyber-Fertile Valley in mind, and Padan Aram, the field of the Aramaeans, the Aramaic speakers. So as we go through this, I just quickly pulled down out of RGZM, and I forget what that means, of course. Wait a minute, open image, there we go. This is the pathway of genetic distribution of those individuals who inhabited the region starting about 9600. That's when we domesticated these Big 14 plants and animals. And I call these the descendancy of Padan Aram because it curiously falls right on that garden, so that's not an unreasonable estimate. In the text, I also call this the sons of Seth, but that's somewhat of a boast there. We don't know that objectively, but it's a good slang term. And you can see the location of Nimrod Dog as really part of mankind's legacy, spiritual legacy. And in this manifestation, the sons of Seth, this is all pre-ECDO rotation. So we see the footprints of these civilizations in the bodies that are buried. They displaced the last remnants of the Neanderthals, into Portugal, for instance. They drove the remaining Neanderthals out of Europe. And we find this civilization buried in the soil, but we don't necessarily find it in our own genetics. It's still human, but it's pre-flood, if you will, population. So you can see the last dates there, about 4000 BC. That would be 400 years after our return from state 1 to state 2 rotation. So a little bleed over and overlap, but certainly not a violation of our construct out of ECDO theory. Now, what Antiochus did was he commissioned Nimrod Dog to be an observatory, and curiously he appointed 3 magi to attend to it. And he said, and these inscriptions are written on the backs of the stones at Nimrod Dog, the observatory commissioning stones, if you will. Antiochus was hedging his bets. He has 7 gods depicted on the side of this mountain, just in case he got the wrong one in his guess. And when they returned, and the reason he did this, all these gods are gazing eastward. They're gazing to the direct eastward sky, just as the Sphinx does at Giza. Antiochus was hedging his bets, so he took everybody's god and sort of put up a totem to each of them in a line. So I call that hedging his bets, so that if one god arrived and he wasn't up there, he'd be rather upset. Antiochus did not want to have that happen. And then he buried himself under what is called a tumulus, and we'll look at that. But before we look at that, we want to extrapolate a little bit on this commission that was given. He wanted 3 individuals to staff this as priests. They would survive on the tithes of the pilgrims that would visit there, the spices and the precious metals, the pilgrims that would visit there. And they were Zoroastrian or Avestan, Macedonian, and Greek, the three commission, or the commission three that was given here. So I found that curious that if he's the keeper, he's Bacillus Magus, the keeper, the custodian of the wisdom of the Magi, and he commissions three Magi. This is a rather interesting, again, juxtaposition, or what we would call development of intelligence under the theory of what composes a hypothesis. So Antiochus made it clear what he built the Hierothelion, the temple at the top of Nimrod Dog 4. And here's a picture of it. This is one of the best pictures. And I'm grabbing these, probably stomping on people's rights here, but they tend to sort of look over that when you do it on a website. But when you put it in a book, you can't do that. If you put it in a book, you've got to get those rights or do your own original illustration of multiple photos in order to get that to show up or get that to slip by the copyright. So this is the temple, and you can see the gods lined up there. A lot of their heads have been tumbled off. Part of the obfuscation that we see strewn throughout this complex has been not necessarily an objection to the kingdom or Antiochus, is an objection to the intelligence that it represents. In other words, what you can derive as human knowledge from this site has been obfuscated from the site by toppling off the heads. This is called iconoclasm, I think is the proper term for this. There are two different ways you can do iconoclastic smiting of an idol. That is, either cut off its head, or if cutting off its head would unduly offend the local population and maybe have your cult thrown out of that region, you go in and you smite them by chopping off their nose. And that's smiting an idol. It's suitable to the local gods that I didn't destroy the whole idol because I couldn't, but I broke off its nose, so God will be pleased with that enough. So I've smitten that idol sufficiently that it no longer has the spirit or the abomination that used to inhabit it. And then you'll see that all throughout the Middle East, that beautiful Greek statues will be standing there and the nose is broken off. But in the old days, I thought, well, they just didn't like Greek noses. And I don't blame them. But I think it was a little bit more than that. Apologies if anybody's Greek here. That's only in jest. So in the 1920s, there was a fascination really with Nimrod Dog. And it wasn't really a fascination along the lines that we're outlining here, but really, really very good mapping by German archaeologists at the time. And they may have been caught up in a little bit of that Raiders of the Lost Ark, Hitler fascination with a cult, how the occult empowers an empire blessed by God or blessed with the implements of war created by God. Hitler definitely had a fascination in that. So German scientists were scouring this area, mapping it out, trying to figure out what was entailed in the message of Nimrod Dog. That much was clear. As you look at the view, this is the view to the south into the Padam Aram Valley. So from here, you're looking down through that valley and into into Lebanon, if you will, Syria, Lebanon, and into northern Israel. Great view to the south. This picture comes from Wikipedia, so it's rights released. These I can use. The observation platform, however, you can see, and with the Leo carving here, you can see that the observation platform looks eastward, and being the last mountain in the chain, and a rather tall mountain as well, has a great view eastward into the eastern sky. So if you're going to set up an observation point to look for an anomalous star rising in the east, this is just about the way you would do it. And this observation platform, by the way, is angled at a specific angle. It doesn't match lunar solstice variance, doesn't match the solar solstice, doesn't have a match to equilux or equinox. It doesn't match specific sunrise and sunset except on given dates, and we'll look at that. So it is not, very much like the ECDO monuments, it is not aligned to those types of celestial indicators. It's not aligned, I don't think, to NP prime. I haven't looked at the ears whispering that. But in this case, it may be moot anyway. So that's the observation platform. So now that we know who built Nimrut Dog, where it's situated, the historical situation that we're facing here, the tension between the Parthian Empire and the Roman Empire, that they're trying to play the middle field like Switzerland between those two empires. We know what was in the mind, hopefully, of Antiochus I. We know he was hedging his bets. He hedged his bets by being a partner. He said in the material he carved into the stones that he was a friend of both the Greek, the Roman, and the Parthian. So he was definitely hedging his bets. Today, the site is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. The site was commissioned to celebrate the anniversary of the crowning of Antiochus I in 64 BCE. So the prevailing wisdom is that any of the inscriptions or horoscopes or indicators that were carved into these stones were indeed a celebration of Antiochus's coronation. He was succeeding his father as the king and his mother as the queen of Commagene. Site was used to monitor and commission festivals and events, clearly states that on the stones, and it mentions the Magi. Site was dedicated to be the burial site of Antiochus I. He buried himself under a mound of rocks, cleverly, so that you cannot dig through to his sepulcher. You dig on those rocks, and all that happens is the rocks above tumble down into the hole that you just emptied, so nobody has been able to get to him. But there's a curious thing that happened as a result of this rock tumbling, this tumulus phenomena. The rocks also slowly, over the hundreds and thousands of years, crept out and covered up a couple of the stone carvings so that people weren't aware that they were there, which is good news. So the site was observed, was set up for the Magi. So one of the stones, it's a stela, or frieze, or whatever you want to call it. One of the ones that stood there for hundreds of years, and then it was eventually toppled over by the migration of the tumulus stone, and then covered over and hidden by the migration of the tumulus stone, hence its pristine condition. When you look at here in this photograph taken, I believe in 1924 or 27, I believe, that black and white photograph shows a completely intact Leo stela. When I say Leo, I mean the horoscope, the constellation Leo from the horoscope, with the moon and a beautiful depiction. Somebody took this at a very artistic take, and then 3 stars on his back, and then 16 stars through the body, the stars that make up the Leo constellation. We had the good fortune that this was hidden by the creeping of the tumulus stone, so it never suffered the iconoclastic damage and obfuscation. Very fortunate that that happened. However, later on, that did happen. Somebody did do the iconoclast destruction of the monument. You smite an idol by breaking off its nose. This is supposedly an idol. It's not actually, it's a snapshot, a depiction of a star field. So it's not really an idol, but it would be regarded so by those of that mindset. And then later on, you see the iconoclast action on the frieze to the left bottom here. On the bottom right, it was also tumbled over and broken apart. And that was unfortunate as well. Just another succession in the efforts to destroy the information or the intelligence that is ascertainable from this site. So, fortunately, we had this preserved, and we were able to keep the information, the intelligence that is embedded in this monument. As we look at this, we had some scientists who got curious about this. Krigens and Nuremberg, not Nuremberg, but Nuremberg, I believe. And so, I don't know if these are coming up fast enough for my phone. We can go back. So this is what I know I named it here. I think this is Nuremberg right here. Yes, this is Nuremberg right here. Nuremberg said, well, obviously, Antiochus would have wanted to document his coronation, so this lion, this Leo stela, has to show a horoscope. That just simply means star alignment at a given time that is around his coronation. So they came up with a configuration of stars that generally matched that horoscope, that was reasonably close 6 to 7 July 62 BC, reasonably close to his coronation, which is not bad. The sun rose first. This is rising in the eastern sky as you look from Nimrat Dağ toward the Ararat mountain chain in Turkey. So the sun rises first, the moon follows behind and is in a very thin crescent moon. But in this horoscope, however, that's not occurring. On the frieze, the moon rises as a thin crescent moon, so the sun has to be below the horizon. So while the stars are in the right constellation here, none of them are actually in the correct position versus the actual frieze as it was carved. So the Nuremberg depiction or interpretation of this frieze was insufficient. So along comes a guy named Cridgens. Make sure I get this right. Yes, Cridgens. We're going from memory here. And Cridgens found a better fit, which was actually pretty darn good, except that the sun rose first and you can't have that. But other than that, the positions were almost all good. The moon was actually below the ecliptic, and the carving clearly shows the moon underneath the chin of Leo. So that was also a violation. But this was much better in terms of the positioning of the stars. Unfortunately, it dated to 109 BCE. Antiochus' father hadn't even been born at that time. So it was outside the window of when this Herothelion was built. I'm turning that on and off. So I found both of those interpretations, and those are the two standing interpretations. They're published in books, and they're heralded by historians as the most likely explanations. I don't mean ironically when I say that, because they're actually excellent work. But they were wholly unsatisfying to me. And as a Asperger's, an obsessing and functional mode person, you know, I'll be in our trade meetings at Grainster and spend the first 15 minutes giving everybody the pep talk of what we're going to accomplish. And then I transition out of engaging expressive mode back into obsessive Asperger's mode. And my mind goes immediately back to this. Because letters of credit on trade, I'm like, oh, it's boring me to death. But so we're sitting in a meeting, and it hit me that there was a problem in this, that always when we saw the candidate explanations, the stars were Mercury, Jupiter, and Mars that were on the back of Leo here. And they're always depicted, it was depicted on the back of Leo. But that doesn't make any sense because the ecliptic runs through the feet, below the feet of Leo. So accordingly, the Cridgens and Nuremberg interpretations always showed star alignments that had those three planets below the feet of Leo, as they should. And curiously, the frieze here has them above his back. And it hit me as we're going through letters of credit, because I remember that day precisely. They weren't depicting an alignment of Mars, Jupiter, and Mercury just coincidentally in Leo. They were depicting a conjunction of those three planets in Leo. That's why they put those planets on the back of this. So I couldn't wait to get home that night. I didn't want to run the Starry Night Pro 8 in front of everybody that's working hard on our letters of credit and trying to get a trade done. But here I am obsessing all the rest of the day. I get home that night and I run, what if there was a conjunction of Mars, Mercury, and Jupiter? And indeed, I find it. It happens once, and it happens on 26 August 2 BC. 26 August 2 BC. And not only that, look at where the crescent moon is. It's under the chin of Leo. And look where Venus is. It's actually a 4-planet conjunction, but Venus is new. You couldn't see Venus. So this authenticates the chiseling. In other words, the horoscope, what's the name of a astrologer, excuse me, that was the easiest word to draw and I can't get it out of my head, but the astrologer chiseled on the stone exactly what he or she saw, likely a he, unfortunately then, but likely exactly what they saw. They didn't put Venus on there because they weren't drawing it from the charts. they drew it from what they actually observed on 26 August 2 BC. So that lit off the chain, if you will. It's not p-hacking. This would be a deductive observation that launches the construct, a necessary construct here. So it established necessity under Occam's razor. So I comment on that in the article here. So at that point I said, okay, I got to assess all the other stars and figure out what the heck's going on here, because it looks a little funky to me, despite the conjunction. And that the Greek up there is the long name of each of the planets, Mercury, Mars, and Jupiter, just as out of curiosity. So there were 19 stars, excuse me. The stars are known by 8 points. 3 planets, the planets are known by 16 points. That's the convention they used. And the name was the shining one of Apollo, the radiating one of Zeus, the flaming one of Heracles. Those are the ancient names, Greek names for those 3 planets. So I started mapping out with Starry Night Pro 8, and mapped out each of the stars, and it's obvious what each of the stars are. The actual chiseling here is well placed. In the amount of time, 2,000 years, these stars are so far away, their migration is going to be minuscule to 0. So we don't have wander of the stars. We have wander of the planets, certainly, but the stars are not going to change their position. We pretty much see the stars this way today. So I mapped out the 19 stars, and I found every one of them, just marched right through it. It's obvious. It's very easy to map out, except there's one extra star. And so I was like, okay, I messed up. Okay, so there's only 2 ways to alter this. I have to shift the right leg to the right or the left. That's my anchor point. If I shift the right leg assignments to the right, which is this way, all the stars go into incoherence. If I shift the right leg to the left, more where the rear leg is, all the stars go into incoherence. If I get more dramatic on the assumption basis of my algorithm here, it just gets more incoherent. And I look back at it, and it's obvious with the face, the placement of the nose, the eyes. Yes, I have the star field assignments correct. There's one extra star here. And that one extra star, by the way, it's not a count extra, it's a specific slot extra. It's the star that's inside the crescent moon. So I'm like, okay, what the heck is that? So I called it the red star here, and just sat on that for years, mulling over in the back of my head, and just kept maps of it and called it star number 12. Now I did a little bit of chicanery there. I called it star number 12 to coincide with Zecharia Sitchin's 12th planet. So a little bit of a promotional play there. It could have been star number 4 or star number 19. It doesn't really matter. I numbered them, as the generally from the tail to the head as the numbering matrix. So it stuck in my head for a while, until one day I'm doing the same thing again, and I won't tip my hand there. I was sitting in a meeting, I was walking through the house, and I remember I was eating a sandwich, trying to get to the bar area in my office so that I didn't drop crumbs on my carpet. And as I was walking through, I saw a medallion that was given to my command by the Pakistani Navy when we did joint exercises together. And it was Rear Admiral Rahid Khan. The Khan family name in Pakistan is one of the royal families in Pakistan, and they come into power and go out of power, and I've known several of the individuals there. It's an interesting saga. But I walked by it, and on that plaque is a crescent moon with a star in the middle of it. I'm like, I was just about to drop my sandwich, and I'd forgotten about this. So I immediately run, put the sandwich away, get on the computer, and start writing people. So I wrote imams that were Sunni imams in Turkey and Iraq, and I wrote imams that were Shia imams in mainly Iran. The great divide there, similar to the schism in Christianity between West and East, Orthodox and Roman Catholicism. That's called the Great Divide. Islam has a similar great divide between Sunni Islam and Shia Islam. And so I wrote both sides and said, tell me about this symbol, please. and said that Allah, or Muhammad, peace be unto him, did all the protocols that were necessary that I learned in dealing with the Pakistanis, the courtesies that were necessary in dealing with the Saudis and those projects and training of the Saudi Navy that we had done. And two of them wrote me back. And the Sunni imam said, or cleric actually, the Sunni cleric said, this was the original symbol of Islam from Turkey. However, we inherited it from the Ottoman Turks. It's not authentically a symbol of Islam. However, it is today accepted as a suitable symbol of Islam and is mounted on top of many of the Sunni temples. And I'm like, okay, good response. The Shia imam wrote me back and said, we wholly reject this symbol in our version of Islam because it was a symbol given by the Crusaders to the local populace at the time, and the Sunni incorrectly adopted it as an acceptable symbol under their philosophy. So that was enormously informative. And he sent the backup material as well. It took him 6 months to respond, which meant he looked at this. And so he sent the backup material, and it was in Islamic, and he translated it for me, fortunately. And it showed the Shia historians documenting the reasons why they reject the Star and Crescent as part of the heritage of Islam. And all this, of course, with total respect to Islam as a faith and religion. So that freed up the symbol in terms of its context. Just because it was on Sahid Khan's plaque that we got in the Pakistani exercises does not mean that it constrained the context of this symbol. So the question is, what does this symbol mean? Well, having been armed with this conjunction of 4 planets, knowing that the crescent moon was positioned under the chin of Leo, knowing that we had all the planets and stars aligning here, I was able to run the specific horoscope date and get everything solved for. And this is a picture of it right here, the literal picture, of course, expressed in Starry Night Pro 8, with star number 12 placed manually into the field because no star exists in that position, not even close. You can't maybe slide another star down and say, it was probably this, and they just sort of skewed it. It doesn't work. The astrologer who chiseled this was very deliberate and communicated a message in this snapshot. So I said, all right, I've got to prove this versus Neugebauer, and Cridgen's excellent work. And I sent notes to Cridgen's, but I couldn't get a hold of Neugebauer. I think he is passed on. And so I was able to I was able to ask questions, and then I asked them to comment on my table here, and they didn't respond to that, so it might have pushed them a little beyond their bounds. So anyway, what I did was I set Starry Night Pro into a tracking mode where it's centered on Jupiter. You can lock it on Jupiter, set the clock to roll forward, and I set it to 5,000 BCE and banded it to 500 AD, not 5,000, something like that, and set it in fast motion and just sat there and watched Jupiter for like 20 minutes, cycling through the constellations of the zodiac. So fortunately, Jupiter only aligns in this type of circumstance every once in a while, so I didn't have to write down like 500 instances of this. In fact, between 110, I bounded it based on Cridgen's work, between 110 BCE and 10 AD, and you can see the earlier dates at the top and the later dates at the bottom here. Only these 14 actual circumstances met the stipulation of Jupiter conjuncting like this, or and when I say conjunction, happening inside the same, with these other stars, Mars and Mercury inside Leo, and rising in the eastern sky in the morning. So as I went through, identified 14 criteria that defined this specific horoscope that was chiseled on this rock, or on this stone, this limestone stela. And I stipulated that, was the moon waning? Was it crescent? Is it at Leo's chin? Is it below or above the ecliptic? Is it occulting? What star in Leo is it occulting? Are the 3 planets in line? Are the 3 planets in there? Is Mercury raised? is Jupiter in retrograde? All these criteria, and evaluated all the candidate dates, and only one date had 0 fatal violations of these criteria, and that was 26, 27. I have it as 27 August. 27 August 2 BCE. So it was definitive. This is the process of deduction as we outlined yesterday. You know, Chaz asked us, do you really understand deduction? Yeah, actually I do. What we did here was we eliminated the impossible, and what was left was the possible under Arthur Conan Doyle's The Sign of the Four, as spoken by his character Sherlock Holmes. That's deductions, that's detective work, but it is still deduction. So we deduced this horoscope date of 27 August 2 BC as the only possible dating of this horoscope. So as we go through, I went ahead and pieced together what the sky looked like. This is from Starry Night Pro 8 again, and literally run to that time what the Magi would have seen, and these were the Magi, arguably. These were the Magi. What they would have seen at 5:03 a.m. in the eastern sky, looking from Nimrut Dog on 27 August 2 BC. The reason I say 27 is this is actually day 2. The actual formation occurs on the 26th, but they would see it at 5:03 a.m. on the 27th. In this case, the sun is below the horizon, so it doesn't obscure the view of the sky. You get the thin crescent moon, yet you get to see the entire the horoscope depiction. And it's the only date where it does this, the only date. So I felt like we had solved it at that time, so I took the rising azimuth of Jupiter, and Jupiter being the reference, well, Jupiter and star 12, to be fair, but I didn't have an exact position of star 12. I had an exact position of Jupiter because of the algorithms that drive Starry Night. But star 12 was my addition to that, my conjecture, so I didn't have an exact position of that. But if we take star 12 and Jupiter and get the actual azimuth of those at sunrise that morning, it bisects. It fits exactly the alignment of the observatory platform. So they knew exactly the azimuth they were looking at. They knew that Jupiter was going to be in retrograde, which meant it had to be in August. They knew it was going to rise just south of the direct eastern cardinal ordinal, the primary cardinal for that site. So they knew where they were looking. They knew when they were looking at the transition for the age of Aries into Pisces. And all these questions arise in my mind. How? How did they know? It had to inhabit somewhere in this wisdom that was handed down to Bacillus Magus, the keeper of the wisdom of the Magi. So various depictions here. When you look through a telescope, on the bottom left, if an astronomer had looked through a telescope, this is what they would have seen. It was actually a physical conjunction. It wasn't just a nominal conjunction, which happens most of the time. This was actually unique in that it was a physical conjunction. And the argument can be made that when you have Jupiter combined with Mercury and Mars into one body, that could also be a fairly anomalous looking star unto itself. The problem is a horoscope, an astrologer would know that this was an artificial conjunction, and they would know it was not an anomalous star. What they chiseled on here was an anomalous star. Here's the alignment seen from, forget how high above, 7.6 astronomical units above the solar system, so we're looking down on the solar system. It's a rather unique alignment of planets. So that was curious. So I went ahead and pulled the stats on that, modeled it. It is an alignment that occurs only once every 18,755 years. So not a common event by any means, but that was derived after the fact. So we are not stat hacking here. One of the things we dealt with in some of the work we did for the space strategy was we analyzed the Space Force Delta 18 logo, and that got everybody excited on the space strategy team that we have here, of course, King Tut looking at a star. Arguably, that would be Polaris, maybe. I don't know. We don't know what star they're looking at, but I thought I would interject that here. A little bit of AI illustration of the Magi spotting it and deciding when to venture out on their journey. as to what they were instructed to do once they saw the star. So a little fanciful illustration there. And then an illustration, this will be the cover of the book. The book is candidly entitled Interloper, an anomalous star and its implications on the foundation of modern Western religion. Some title akin to that. Look very much like Inversion in terms of the theme, the feel of the book. So a lot of questions arrive from that. Again, this is critical path of questions. What were they looking for? Why did they shut down the Herothelion after they saw this star? That's a big indicator. Was their job done? What happened to this superfluous star? Why did the star make its appearance tightly affixed or ecliptic already? It's curious, because things that are on the ecliptic are typically members of our solar system for good reason. And that we talk about that the A and the phi scalar field of the sun disciplines many of our solar objects, our solar system objects, into the plane of the solar system, the ecliptic. Why did the gravity of star 12 not disrupt the entire solar system? If it's a star, that's going to send us like the first break on a pool table. The gravity moving through the solar system is not a trivial event. I'm amazed that we have a flat planar solar system, given all the objects that probably did and could have transited through our solar system. Why did star 12 come right through when the 5 inner planets all just happened to be in a 1 in 18,755 year alignment? Why did it appear? Why did it appear right where the Leonid meteors originate from, under Leo's chin? Tony, you're in here, right? What was it Temple Tuttle that also appeared there? Comet Temple Tuttle? Arguably, you could say that the Leonid meteor shower is a remnant of Comet Temple Tuttle. But secondarily, you could ask the question, why does this thing appear on the ecliptic right where that meteor shower also originates? Could be just trivial accident. Why was it placed over the moon when they knew well that the moon was a solid body and you could see a star field behind the moon? They observed this on a regular basis. So why did they place the star in the crescent of the moon? Knowing that, and this astrologer was very prescient. So then I looked up the flags of the globes, the nations of the globe, 224 nations. 24 nations in the world, regardless of whether they're Islamic or not, but generally whether they had an Avestan origination, and that was the key. Most of these were Islamic because of the inherited symbol from the Turks, from the Ottoman Turks. But the commonality between all 24 flags was that they originated from an Avestan tradition. And remember, that tradition is the first philosophical, quasi-religious tradition that originated after the state 2 to state 1 return. 24 nations, curious as all get out. The symbol appeared on vases in China and Turkey 2,600 years prior to this. So it definitely predated the Ottoman Turk Empire. It appeared on 3 pillars at Göbekli Tepe in Karahan Tepe, the same symbol. The symbol appeared on coins and shields back into antiquity. And curiously enough, I'll scroll down and reveal that, it was the symbol of Richard the Lionheart in the First Crusade. So this is before the Ottoman Turks, before Turkey adopted the symbol and imparted it to Sunni Islam. It was the symbol of Richard the Lionheart in the First Crusade, importantly. So that is what the Shia Imam shared with me. He said that the symbol was actually a symbol of oppression because it was used extensively in the Crusades. And that was one of the major reasons they rejected, and understandably so. That's one of the major reasons that Shia Islam objects to this symbol. They know that it was a symbol of Richard the Lionheart. Now, Richard the Lionheart was a custodian of the keeper of the mysteries, ultimately fascinated with the reasons behind why he organized the First Crusade. So that, of course, got me all excited, and I wanted to continue through with these questions. I looked a little bit behind the cuneiform, which is the script, of course, of Sumer, some of our most ancient writing, some of the cuneiform derivations of the word Regulus. Now, Regulus is, I believe, the 23rd brightest star. I probably got it in here. It's 21st brightest star in the sky, but it's called the Great One. And so that's a little bit of a mismatch in title. 21st is pretty far down in the ranking in terms of brightness. So I went ahead and ascertained the alchemical symbols for Regulus. It's a star and crescent. Ooh, that was nice. And a crown is the second symbol, which represents the king, and it is known as the king's star. So those two symbols were almost expected, a little bit pleasant surprise. Why did the Babylonians call it Mul Apen? They call Regulus Lugal, or the Great One, despite its being only the 21st brightest star or magnitude star in the sky. Then earlier, let's go earlier than the Babylonians. Why did the ancient Sumerian teachings, and we're talking 3600 BCE, call Regulus by this name? And here, that's the cuneiform script right there, taken out of the MZL catalog, which is the catalog of their. They called it Mul, which means star or constellation of, which means the great one or lion of, Gu, which means by thread, cord, or story, and La, which means currently absent or to come. So their name for it was Mul or Gula, from which we crudely derive the term regula or regulus in the Romanization of that. So the cuneiform character that makes up the root of this is the cuneiform library 121 B7. It's a combination of gal, where we derive the word gallon. It has 4 strokes, which signify full cup. 4 quarts equals a gallon. And it signifies king, highest chief, a full cup or gallon. That is the root word or root symbol. Conversely, inside later script, it's called lasika, which means 1 part shy of a gallon. In other words, the name here shows that 3 parts of 4 have evolved, and we have 1 part of 4 remaining. And that's what the name means. So if I take that in the idiom and conjecture what that means, when I assemble all those root components in cuneiform together, I get the name of the planet Regulus being the star of the great one or final king who is yet to come. And by final, it means where 1 quart shy of a gallon is the symbol that is used in the root of Regulus. So the constellation of the great one or final king who is to come. And that was a great result. Now, before we continue and take that piece of intelligence and step into the next conjecture and inference, let's set some definitions together. We're gonna function according to Wittgenstein here. We're gonna set some definitions so that we don't get scattered. We have 3 messianic entities. And so we're stepping in here into philosophy and religion a touch. And we're going to go back and look at the entirety of this type of tradition all the way back to the Avestan origination around 4000 BCE. We have an entity called Messiah or Messiah or Christos in the Greek. Messiah was the Hebrew, Messiah was the Aramaic, and remember, we're talking about the Aramaeans here, so this is an important principle here. What that means, what that term means is simply, in its most disciplined form, it is the continuation or reestablishment of the Davidic kingdom. There are multiple players who are to function in this role of Messiah, to reestablish the Davidic kingdom. In the time of the Roman domination of Israel and Jerusalem and Judea in particular, the Messiah was regarded especially by the Jews, to be the son of David and the one who would reestablish the house against the Romans. So it was a very specific role, but it was not at the elevation of, let's say, an Avestan view of the same type of entity. Similarly, a term that existed, a peer term that existed at the same time, was a term that was seen inside of Mithraism and Greek culture called the Christos, the Christ. And that meant the Son of God. The Son of God was the role that the emperor played. So if you look at a number of the Greek and Roman emperors on the coins, they have their name on the top, and then they have on the bottom, it says Son of God. Son of God was a titular role that the emperor or the ruler of that kingdom was given by God under this construct, or this paradigm, excuse me. So Christos, if we look at the Mithraic tradition, which was a very popular tradition inside the Roman military at the time, we had the father was Sol, the mother or the spirit was Luna, and the third figure inside this Trinity was Mithras himself. And the job of Mithras was to conduct what was called the taurectomy. And they had, and the symbols that are carved in stone in the temples show Mithras standing on the neck of a bull and cutting its throat to shed its blood for the forgiveness of sin. So this Mithraic tradition defined, and Mithras was the Son of God. So this Mithraic tradition defined the Trinity in this context, and then the shedding of blood for sin, and Mithras as the character who enacted this under the Mithraic tradition. So I found that interesting. He was the character who was the Christos under Mithraism. He was the Son of God. It's an heirship that is done solely through legitimate handoff by succession under being an heir or being the son. That was the only way a king could transfer his title. He couldn't grab somebody off the street, or somebody that opposed him, or somebody that he found interesting, or somebody that did a really attractive dance, as in the case of Herod. You can't hand your kingship by law to those entities. You have to adopt them as a son if you're going to hand the kingship to them. This is by law. So we have the character, the Christos, Son of God, as a specific character. So we outline here the temptation in Matthew and in Luke of Christ. And we're stepping into religion here solely, but I think it's useful to help build the intelligence base here. And in Matthew in particular, Satan comes to Christ and tempts him 3 times. And what I've seen in many spiritual endeavors and working with various, I guess, negative situations, is that the dark entities love to work in triplicate, which scares me when I use triplicate in my prose. It's not, hopefully not the same thing. Dark entities love to work in triplicate. They're like a coyote. When a coyote makes a run on you, they do fake charges before they make a run on you. They'll bluff charge you twice and then run at you. And many times darkness works the same way. So Satan came to Christ, tempted him, said, behold, you just fasted for 40 days. You've got to be starving. Turn these stones into bread. No big deal, so you'd be able to eat. And he refused. And then he said, okay, so you're worried about your well-being. Toss yourself off this mountain. The angels will take care of you. You won't get harmed. He refused. Those are the bluff charges. The third charge was this. This was the real message. This is how dark entities work. Said, if you bow down and worship me, I will give you, he showed him all the kingdoms of the earth. If you bow down and worship me, I own all the kingdoms of the earth. I will give them to you. But what was diluted out of the material is that meant he was asking him to be his son and heir. So Satan was asking him to be the Son of God, to take on that role, because all the emperors had already, the way they got their power was they took on that role. They agreed to bow down and worship and were then granted the heirship as the Son of God. Christ refused that as well. So Christ refused the role of the Son of God. What Christ accepted, and what you find ubiquitous throughout the Gospels, if we take the Gospels as at least reasonably sound historic recounts, is that Christ called himself out of 98, I believe it's 98 times, I've got it in the detail here, he called himself the Son of Man. He didn't call himself the Son of God or the Messiah. Other people referred to him as that because it was common in the vernacular at that time. And of course, if you're Jewish, and you're seeing the buildup of the momentum behind Christ, that's going to be your first thought. This is the Davidic Messiah. So they would call him that, but he never confirmed it. He never confirmed that. He called himself what Daniel called this agent, the Sociant. That's the Avestan tradition that was taught Daniel. Daniel was one of the Magi who handed the tradition through Akkadia, Babylonia, through to Commagene, and through to the keeper of the wisdom, Antiochus I. Daniel was one of the keepers of this wisdom. The Yamnayan Avestan wisdom is nominally ascribed to 4700 BCE, but the Avestan culture begins around that 4400 to 4000 BCE. And it's a legacy that sees the sociant as the redeemer. It's an individual who comes from the outside and seditiously displaces the kingdom that rules this earth, oversees the resurrection of the dead, and institutes a new kingdom of God from the outside. That's actually the sociant. That's the Son of Man. That's who Daniel described. And indeed, if you look at the Lord's Prayer and read it, that Christ outlined, he said, bring your kingdom to earth and displace this current kingdom. It's a prayer of sedition. And that's exactly what Christ described. So Christ described his role in this lineage, in this tradition, very effectively. If we take a look in the British Museum and you look for this star and crescent tradition, it's replete. It's got to be on one of every 7 or 8 tablets found in Mesopotamia. And so I pulled down 2 here in particular. The first one is what is called the Vohumana instruction of the priests. So this is in the tradition of the Magi. Vohumana is where we derive the term ethical skepticism. It simply means he of a sound mind, or exercising of a sound mind. That's what ethical skepticism means. It means Vohumana, which is the Avestan tradition of come to this subject first with a sound mind before you attempt to learn these mysteries. That's the mandate given by the senior priest as he is teaching the junior priests here in this first clay tablet. Now these are seals. These are Akkadian and Babylonian seals. They come from the traditions of Persia and Sumer. On the top one, you see the star and crescent, almost always alluded to by the instructing Magi. The star and the crescent is central to the message that they handed down in this tradition. But one of the seminal plates that is hidden away in the British Museum, and no one has seen this until I pulled it out from the British Museum archives, and it's squirreled away in back. It's plate number 8 in some of the garbage plates that they have also listed. It's not one of the prominent ones. You see here a divine messenger, and the reason that's known, and we're looking at this one right here. I'll see if I'll pull it up a little closer. Where is the open a new tab? Yeah, see if it'll come up so we can get a little better view of it. May not be able to. I think the internet is down there. But nonetheless, we can zoom in this way. So as we look at this clay tablet, on the right is a messenger of God, known by his garb, the lower garb, especially in the hat he's wearing. They don't call them hats, but I'll call it a hat. The dog with the flagstaff means arrival of a divine decree. He's pointing at the star and crescent, although this tablet is small enough to use a circle there. That's not the sun. As we go through it, you find that it's always depicting meaning a star. And you can tell by the number of points. It's 8 points when it's typically depicted, which adheres to our tradition. On the Leo frieze, the 16 points for a planet, 8 points for a star, a distant star, and then the sun, of course, is a disk. In this case, the context is a star. Adam, and I'll put that in quotes for right now, is listening in his ceremonial garb. He is wearing the garb of man, the headdress of man. And Eve, depicted somewhat grotesquely here. Eve is depicted in her role as childbearer with Adam. You see Adam and Eve, or Imesh and Inten, under the Sumerian tradition, as Cain and Abel, Imesh and Inten, as Cain is slaying Abel here. And you see a character wearing a war helmet in between Adam and Eve, which is known as the Son of Man. And below him is a fly, a depiction of a fly with the wings down, which throughout Avestan, Mesopotamian, Akkadian, Babylonian, and Egyptian culture, a fly with its wings down means a victorious conqueror. So when a pharaoh came back and had conquered, let's say, the Levant or Israel, or they didn't call it Israel, they conquered the lands of the Levant. They would come back and chisel that pharaoh on a relief and then put flies, and it signifies the flies that inhabit, the blowflies that inhabit the bodies of the dead, the slain, who were the losers in the battle. So in this, we see a son of Adam and Eve, a son of man, will be a victorious conqueror and will arrive commensurate with or under the symbology of the star and crescent. And on the top left side in this chart, this seal flows like all the seals from right to left. You see it will come at the transition from Aries, which is the goat here, into Pisces. And behind that we have Jupiter flowing into Leo from right to left. So this is the tradition, the keeping, I conjecture, this is the tradition that the Bacillus Magus was to pay homage to keep and be loyal to. That tradition was handed down by the Magi. And we're getting close to the end here. So if we take this time frame, we see that there are 7 conjunctions which occur in this horoscope. Conjunction 1, and we can't see the detail easily here, plus it may not run all the way through with the internet restriction here. But suffice to say, there are 7 conjunctions which occur in this retrograde motion of Jupiter. This arrival of Jupiter into Leo in August in retrograde in a 1 in 18,755 year occurrence. There were 7 conjunctions involved with Jupiter. Those 7 conjunctions match exactly what Daniel outlined as the Feast of the Lord, the 7 conjunctions of the Feast of the Lord, of the arrival of the Sotiont under his tradition. And you can see it right here. The alignment in the Leo stela was number 6, alignment number 6 in the Feast of the Lord, 7 conjunction tradition of Daniel. And it occurred on 27 August 2 BC. That's when the Magi observed it, a rare grand conjunction. Of course, on the right, we have the actual extract from Starry Night Pro 8. If we take the days after the observation of that rare grand conjunction in 2 BCE, and we give a journey preparation time and a journey time for the 3 Magi, we end up with exactly the date of Christ's birth as projected by Irenaeus and Eusebius, early Christian fathers that were around 90 to 100 to 120, if I recall correctly, BCE, or excuse me, AD in their work. So we have the Magi apart, that occurs before their journey. Then we have the journey of the Magi. They arrive before Herod's eclipse, which is a demarcation outlined by Josephus Flavius in the Antiquity of the Jews, a Roman publication, well known. And before Herod burns Matthias, that also outlined in Josephus's Antiquities, as it's also called. And then finally, the death of Herod the Great. And so what we see here is we look at this tradition. It occurred in the 25th year of the reign of Caesar Augustus. It occurred as a result of a census that he commissioned, and all of this occurred in the 2 years prior to the death of Herod, which substantiates why Herod, when he asked them, when did you see this star, why he went back 2 years to kill all the firstborn males in Bethlehem, was because this tradition was to exist in this 2-year window. And when he heard that it came in the form of a star, that's when Herod saw that it was a problem, because Herod also was a Bacillus Magus. He was a keeper of the wisdom, the Avestan wisdom of this. So to me, it's clear that this star was the star that heralded the birth of Christ, that it is the star of Bethlehem, and it was buried in secret under the creeping stone of a very clever tumulus erected by a man of faith. He was hedging his bets on the specific intellectual knowledge, which I think is our license. Our intellectual knowledge, our accuracy of our intellect is not going to get us to the next step. It's going to be our quiet living of small lives of faith, and getting through the suffering that this life entails. That's, I think, all we're asked to do. I think this is the Star of Bethlehem. I think it demarks an announcement that the final transition of mankind is going to occur at some point in the future. That final transition where we potentially, maybe we see an ECDO event. These ECDO events appear to be something that is used skillfully to escalate the ability and the spiritual development of mankind. And somehow, this star, this horoscope, this tradition of the Sushant is wound up in that entire tale. So while we look at ECDO theory as a road to Emmaus, a dark journey at the end of which there might be a light at the end of the tunnel, it's clear that the story of the planet Earth has some, rather disturbing realities to it. But for mankind, that's not the rest of the story. Thanks for listening.